Stream. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Lancer Reclaiming the Past. Today, we are actually going to do what I planned last week. All right. And so we will begin at. Hmm. So we're going to begin with the party after the events of last session. Uh, Meeting up in the hangar bay. Veta has put in a notice saying that he is going to be absent for the foreseeable future, mostly doing a bunch of paperwork and stuff.
I mean, he has a blink engine. He can go wherever he wants.
Yeah, actually, no, he's going to go with the main fleet to go help out there. Mostly because
I
he
mean,
believes
his
that his.
job here was to oversee technological use, not actually be a Lancer, so that works.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to go oversee the
So
Blink
she's
Gate
gone.
project. So that a bit of a thing in your guys' side is gone.
And we don't have Soul this week, do we?
No, unfortunately. He is.
Unfortunately, he tried to download Dweck off a Ravager site, and so now he's in the med bay. Downloaded the wrong Shrek, and now his system's crashed.
He got. He was gonna download Shrek to watch over the weekend. Unfortunately, what he downloaded was not the right one, so he got Shreked.
He got the virus.
Which is why you do not download. This is why you only download your porn off of legit sources on the internet.
Lywell would be in the holodeck with Jericho as he's attempting to get her to punch him.
Wait a minute, it feels like we've been here before.
Yes, that's where we left off, so I figured that's where we should start off.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. So the both of you are currently in the holodeck. You guys are Jericho having loaded up a dojo-like simulation, and he's been basically telling Lyrel, "Punch me. You hit me."
Yeah. She lightly taps him.
No, like you mean it.
Yeah.
Okay, let me rephrase that. Like I've taken your peanut butter.
Dab.
Jericho,
Okay, maybe not
after
quite like
you
I'm
see,
taking your peanut butter.
Lywell staring wide-eyed as her crystal tail is now embedded in in Jericho's kidneys. I don't. That's not.
Lyrel, in the back of your in the back of your head, you just kind of hear, you don't really hear it. It's more like a feeling, just blood, as the tails pull out.
Scrambles to grab the med pack off the wall. Takes her 2 tries to grab the actual physical med pack, not a hollow pack.
Oh god. Yeah.
Ow, God, my side. Like, actually, my side. I slept on it funny or something. Every time I stand up, it is just, ow, sore.
Aw, hug you to Jericho. So,
but yeah.
the light roll, you're scrambling, you grab the med pack, you start patching him up, and it's just like, you're unsure what the fuck just happened, because you have never had, like, something like this happen with the tails before.
Lywell is just confused, panicky as she uses one of the Union med patches over the hole. She's pretty sure Jericho's insides will put themselves back together.
They already are.
Well, you're just very confused and concerned about what the fuck just happened.
Well, that one has the right idea.
I'm sorry. I don't know what happened.
That's fine. It's fine. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah.
Lywell, after I finish patching him up, just is looking up at him. Her ears are down as all her tails are kind of bit drooped.
He just pats her on the head. Although that being said, you should, even small as you are, you should be able to throw a punch a little firmer than that.
I, 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 it, I don't want to hurt you.
Aww.
You do realize that at your size and weight, even if you could actually really punch me, you're not going to do that much.
But, oh,
That being said, your tails can do quite a lot of damage if they put their minds to it.
that I don't. It must have been some muscle reflex. Maybe the nerve was integrated wrong.
Well, as you're saying that, the tail is just kind of like wagging around, seemingly happy.
I don't know, you seem to grow more of those under duress.
Lywell tilts her head in confusion.
Well, given every time you've gained a new tail, it's been when you have been quite stressed out. From what I can tell.
Lywell looks. She looks back. She looks up at him. What do you mean? I've always had 4 tails.
You know what? That's probably a can of worms that's best left unopened for now.
But wait. Why would I have had... Now Lywell's looking very confused as her brow's knitting.
Hey, wait,
Huh.
wait a moment.
Doesn't make sense. The Frost gave me... The Frost gave me... What? 3 tails? My head hurts.
Just Patrick, have some peanut butter and try not to think about it.
Uh-huh.
That being said, from what I've seen of them, they're not very confrontational.
Well, our culture's one that,
It isn't
doesn't...
violent. No, I know.
Yes.
Which means throwing punches for you isn't exactly easy. So for now, we're mostly just going to focus on you. We're mostly going to focus on that you're throwing them, not how well.
Huh.
Build, take it as an exercise in building muscle memory.
Lywell looks.
That way,
But
when
I
you're-
am pretty muscular for my kind.
well, you are pretty muscular for your kind, but the thing is that you're not used to punching things. The more you do something, the repetition builds it into your body. It's have you seen any martial arts films?
Lywell nods.
Good. Then you're familiar with the concept that if you do something over and over and over, then it just becomes innate. Your body can automatically do it without thinking. Yes?
Lywell nods again.
That is the attitude. That is the kind of approach I'm trying to think of here. If you get used to throwing a punch,
Ayo.
you're not going to think about it. Thus, when you are endangered, your body is naturally more ready to fight.
Oh, you mean a fight reflex?
Maybe not quite a reflex, but the ability to choose, I suppose. This,
Well,
this, but that you can at least be, not immediately panic and then that panic triggering your fight or flight, which you then almost always choose flight. That instead of getting into a panic, you're calm enough to be
it's
able to choose which way you want to react.
part of protocol. Yeah. It's protocol to always just run away the first sight of danger. That's it.
You react a little too vehemently for me to believe that it's just protocol. And honestly, if that's just something that's been culturally ingrained in your people over years of passivity, yeah, fine. I'm not really worried about where the origins of it come from. But the thing is that it is something that is a part of your people for whatever reason. And you have asked me to do something that kind of necessitates trying to train it out of you. So I'm trying to figure out what methods that
I just
will work.
want to make sure that I can help support the team. Lywell's tails curl around her legs.
I With that being said, I wouldn't underestimate how much bringing diplomacy to the table benefits the team. After all, he looks like he's about to say something, and he kind of pauses. I mean, I can choose violence at the drop of a hat. Or maybe that's not always the right answer.
Oh my gosh.
Height comparison between a guardsman.
I love the redesign for her armor. The old Scott was just way too cumbersome and awkward looking. This suits it so much better.
The post is a height comparison.
Power Kitty. I love the Power Kitty claws.
Height comparison between Nakamona and a regular guardsman. Also, yes, the cat
Power Kitty claw.
Power Kitty claw.
Power Kitty claw just kills me.
See, if when Lywell went to the 40K dimension, she had ran into Nekona first, it would have been an entirely different existence.
Yes. 100%.
Like this. I really want this to be canon. Or at least as canon as the Angry Marie.
As the what?
Don't worry,
Angry
Slaya. They're a dumb fan-made thing.
They're basically an Imperial Fist successor chapter, a fan-made one. And their literal icon is a frowny emoji. The idea is that they're always angry all the time. They don't just use power fists, they also use power boots and power bat. And when they talk, it's just in utter profanity. They are always angry all the time.
Do they use a power toothbrush with their power toothpaste?
Yes.
No, they imagine the Black Templars, but hood style. They're not just gonna run your shit in melee. They're gonna run up, kick you to the curb stomp you, beat you down with the fucking power nail bat, and then wrestle your Jimmy some more.
Oh god, this is some beautiful art of Karlach. What the fuck?
Yes.
Damn.
I don't think you understood what I was saying, Grave. Let me say it this way. Do they use a power toothbrush with their power toothpaste?
I mean, just imagine that, but like times 10 all the time.
No, I think this is as angrily as you can brush teeth.
The angry Marines will find a way to do it angrier.
Alright, let's move on.
So there's an angry Marine waiting at checkout. He's trying to buy food. And behind him, a maid Marine is standing. They got lots and lots of sushi for a banquet that night. And behind them, an entire detachment of Scutari have loaded up the entire peanut butter section into carts. Oddly enough, their robes look very faded out, like almost a lighter pink than red. And behind them is, somehow not spotted by the angry Marines, an Iron Fist who has giant rocket stripe to his back.
Alright, can we get back on track?
Sorry. Yes.
As much as I love the tomfoolery, let's just get back on
Yeah.
track.
Yep. Yeah, I think this is about the time for the DM to step in anyways.
Yes. Alright. So, as you two are talking and going over everything, Lyrell, you suddenly remember something to help get your mind off the fact that you just stabbed Jericho by accident or on purpose. You don't really know. The tails are doing weird stuff. They be doing a wiggle. But you remember, there was archaeology sites on this world.
Ah, yes, the Rem instinct's good. Lyrell was like, actually, what would probably happen is Lyrell would have asked Jewel to start scanning those, and I'll be honest, it's been like 2 weeks. PB, could you intervene and point us back at the plot?
We have the negotiations summit to go to.
Yeah, you guys have two options to do, which is negotiations between the rebels and the main government of Pern, or going to archaeology sites down here at the bottom of the map. Whichever you'd like to do.
I would say we wrap up negotiations and then go archaeology villaging.
Walk then play, that makes sense.
That makes sense.
That makes sense.
Alright, yeah, that works. So, as Lyrell, you are just kind of panicking internally, Jadul pops up and says, Miss Lyrell, there is negotiations to be done, correct? You asked me to check up on that.
Lyrell blinks. Oh, that's right, that was Veda's job.
Veda is...
What do you mean Veda's job? That was organized by me!
Lyrell shuffles on her feet. Well, Jericho, don't take this the wrong way, but you're really not suited to be a diplomat.
No,
Unfortunately, Lancer Veda is gone.
Gone? What do you mean gone?
they have decided to go to the main fleet to oversee the construction of the Blink Gate.
Lywell blinks. I didn't receive any clearance to depart the ship.
He did not request any. The ship just disappeared.
Okay, so when I try to make Lywell's little squeaky noises, my microphone doesn't seem to pick them up.
Sad Lyrel noises.
But. Lywell sighs. I'm the captain. I'm gonna write them up. Send a complaint.
That sounds like a perfectly valid option.
Lywell just moves her fingers as she pulls up one of her display HUDs and starts typing out a complaint. Breach of proper protocol to request leave of duty. And then she looks over at Jericho. You know, you should light one up too, because technically Veta was your superior subordinate. Or tails are called in question marks.
Well,
confused Jericho noises.
it would have been nice to know that they were going to leave. But honestly, I'm just kind of thankful that they're gone.
I kind of liked them.
Yeah, fuck them.
After typing up and submitting the report to Eden,
Yes.
Lywell will then turn to Jericho. Well, I suppose as the most qualified person here. Hold that thought. Jadul, is there anyone more qualified for diplomacy on the ship?
The only ones that would be
None of
qualified
the
would
Union personnel.
be Mr. Jericho or you.
Jadul, have you ever conducted diplomacy before?
No, I'm a mathematician.
I would suggest we do not have Jadul conduct the diplomacy.
Unfortunately, no, Captain. As you well know, I was a unit.
Wait, I remember. I remember something. I was once told there was a whole movie about this person who was really good at solving problems. I think it was called The Negotiator. Jadul, why don't you download that movie?
Miss Lyrel, I can infer that no, that movie is not what you think it is.
More confused cat noises.
There's just she gets a ding on her, like a little person message thing, giving her a synopsis of the film.
Oh my gosh! Somebody made an angry marine launcher.
This is the Angry Marines. They will launch themselves into combat.
Also,
what
great.
kind of
What the
kit
fuck
bash
is
even
that
is
background
that?
noise?
I don't know.
Okay, sorry.
Alright, back to what the fuck we were doing.
Badgrave, stop posting meme.
Here, have this. Anyways, back.
No, that's horrifying.
Yes, Gene Steele fell in it.
That's terrifying indeed. Call the Solar Auxilia.
So, Lyra, as you're just oh god. Hold on, I have one last thing to share. I'm sorry. When you get injured in America and someone threatens to call an ambulance.
No, I'll walk it off. God damn it.
Don't worry, I can walk it off. Literally reattaches the limb.
pours on alcohol, it reattaches.
I never really understood how the fuck that healing
So-
system worked.
No idea.
I'm sure it can't be that bad. Why don't you just review that movie in case we need somebody to handle negotiations in the future? And I guess in the meantime, Jericho, I suppose we need to go do this.
Aye. Come on, let's go and negotiate world peace, I suppose.
Viewers still sent a synopsis of the negotiator, which is just a text file that just reads this. But Jadul will start watching. It will review the movie as requested by the captain.
Honestly, I think after this, Joel's probably going to watch everything with Samuel L. Jackson.
Probably, yeah. Probably, yeah. So you both of you get into your shuttle and making sure that everything is ready. You all head down to the planet.
As they're walking, Lywell keeps moving her hands in front of her space, interacting with the display, and she keeps talking in weapon fire cat nonsense.
Eh?
How up to date is Graves' translator without Daedalus?
It's falling behind kind of by the day.
Yeah, honestly, it is legitimately falling behind because Daedalus was in charge of basically studying life forms that were on a preserve and making sure everything's okay. So he actually got pretty good at learning languages, surprisingly, through that.
So, Jericho, you
You
can...
just tried getting help from Jadul, but it's definitely not the same.
Yeah.
I mean, Jadul speaks very fluent Wem.
the problem is just trying to translate between the two actively.
Yeah, because
Mhm.
Jewel's not made for it, so she has to
No.
translate after the fact instead of real time.
Yes.
Yes.
Right, Daedalus was very good at translating at the moment. Jericho,
So,
the more and more
Jericho,
cat
you're
nonsense
able to tell that Lywell's talking to other Wem, but that's about it.
Mm.
Jericho, as you hear this going on, the more and more you realize we need another Daedalus soon.
Mm.
Because even with the normal translation algorithms that your suit has, it's struggling to keep up.
It really is.
The REM language apparently is very complicated for what it is.
5% shorthand is not a common linguistic thing.
Cat nonsense kills AI more than 11.
Yup. You have no idea how much that is. Yes.
Jadul is able to translate. It just takes a bit because she needs to figure out between Union Common and Rem Common. I actually don't know canonically what language Union speaks internationally, but we're just gonna assume it's probably a form of English. I don't know.
See, I like to
Karen
imagine
Common.
that Union uses a type of English, whereas I'm not trying to just do the wee route of making everything Japanese, but the more I thought about how the Wem language would work, how it needs to have characters that can represent multiple different things depending on the context so that they can shorthand speak rapidly, and how the characters would probably be drawn with lots of cute little symbols in them, I realized, oh
you
shoot,
basically
that's
just
Japanese.
they basically have their own form of hieroglyphics then.
No, a pictograph is a lot harder at conveying information.
Yeah.
That's true.
Whereas a character-based language like Japanese or Chinese or Korean, basically the Asian languages where you have a symbol And the symbol can, depending on which sentence it's in, have multiple different meanings. The same sound, depending on the 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 word for using different sounds to say the same word.
Ah, okay, yeah. I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
The I can't think of the word. It's not the tone. It is the. Anyways, yeah. Basically, the criteria for their language, as I was putting it all together, I realized that, oh wait, that is literally just Japanese, and I'm like, dang it, I was trying to avoid doing that.
It's okay.
It happens.
I mean, we're all kind of weebs here anyway.
Oh my god. Okay, Doggy. So, Doggy sent me something that apparently might help REM and Union communication be like. Is this any at all accurate?
Pretty much. Influence? No, not influence. I can't think of the word.
Anyways,
We know what you mean.
So,
Yeah. So, anyways, yes. Sorry for that.
yeah, you're fine. You're fine. But yeah, Jericho, you're just
I was
like
talking.
yeah. We're gonna need a better. We're gonna either need another AI like Daedalus, or a much better comp con that's specialized in this.
Mm-hmm.
So, as you guys get into the ship. The REM are cat speaking more and more. It keeps getting faster. You swear, Jericho.
So we get down to the hangar bay.
It's literally that meme, just the cat nonsense meme.
Mm-hmm. So I assume we get down to the hangar bay then.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that Nikki is there waiting with a lunchbox for Jericho.
No, she is under Jericho house arrest.
Yeah, she slipped out to give him lunch.
Yeah. So, Lyrel, you see Nikki once more run out of nowhere, give Jericho a lunchbox, giving him a peck on the cheek before running off.
He just holds her for a second, gives her a kiss. And I was like, "Thank you for lunch. I'll be back soon, and I'll be a good girl and behave.
Don't get hurt.
I will do my very best not to."
Okay, good. Before.
And off she goes.
I will just stares. Slowly pulls out her trank dart. The barrel extends as she lines up a shot.
Jericho just puts an arm in front of it. Don't let. She's going to behave. Okay. Don't worry.
She just wanted to get her
Lyle just sends a quick message for Retrieval 2 to come and get that.
Look, she wanted to give me lunch. Okay.
She's heading back to his room. Don't worry.
Lyle just sighs.
She has a good heart. Okay.
I don't know why, but whenever I try to think of that, my head hurts worse.
Think of what?
That's just it. I'm not sure.
The tails are repressing it. Alright. So
And anyway, now that I have launched, let's head on down.
yes. You both board the dropship. The dropship is loaded up with supplies and also your mechs in case one of your guys' mechs in case you need it, as per protocol.
Mm-hmm.
Lywell would be taking the blue honey.
Yes.
Of course you would.
So
And Jericho, you're taking your Monarch.
Bismarck Model 3.
The Bismarck does not fit on the dropships. The Velociraptor actually has to land to get that thing unloaded, remember?
yeah.
Then he can only take his Monarch. Why did you say?
Because I didn't want to...
That thing has to be like
Good
orbital
point.
dropped it most of the time.
You know, now that you point that out, that's a very good point. I guess I didn't think of that.
Like, orbital dropping is actually a common strategy for mech pilots. Like,
Oh, you know,
not joking,
let's go
that's
with that
actually
option.
a thing.
The Rem are looking very excited as they're randomly attaching parachutes and whatnot. They've not orbitally dropped something this big before.
It's like, don't you guys have a Jericho just watching this is like, don't you guys have a drop pod?
They're RAM. No, they don't.
He's just watching.
No,
this
they
and
have
like,
drop pods, just none this big. If it's
Yeah.
too big to fit in their transport shuttles, then they don't have something big enough.
Ah. Yeah, that makes sense.
I need to make a couple of rolls really quick then before they leave.
Oh?
Yes. Things Jericho has to find himself stuff to do in his spare time.
Oh, by the way, for this session, I chose
Yep. So the Bismarck Model 3 does have space drop apparatus ready to be used with it. So the REM just need to slap it on, put it together, and then
Just literally shove it out the hangar bay.
You know
basically.
what? I'm gonna ask you to make a ward on the street check to convey this to the WEM engineers.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea.
I mean, you're lucky. I actually have word on the street.
I know, that's why I said that one, because I knew... Oh, no!
Oof.
So
So-
they smile and nod at you very enthusiastically.
Just like, yeah, yeah, we know what you mean. That's like when them just like when Jericho
That's what
leaves.
your translator spits back out.
When Jericho and Lyrell leaves, one of them just whispers to the other, I don't think he knows what that word actually means.
Captain instructed us to be polite with him even when he insults our family and lineages.
Still.
I mean, Jericho hasn't been talking in cat.
The Rem are struggling with Union.
That's the other thing. Lyrell spent months learning Union speak. Most Rem don't know it.
Hmm.
And a lot of the times when they are talking, the Rem are doing their best to speak in Husk Common, which is then being translated to Union Common so it's like 3 different languages they're going through.
It's like if you do Google Translate 5 times.
Yeah.
Only 3 times, but yeah.
And Chidule's trying her best, but she is not a linguist. She was in charge of near FTL travel, of doing math. She was not built for this, but she's doing her best. So you both board the shuttle, and the pilot looks behind to say, "Where to?"
Lyrell looks up to Jericho.
They were gathering at... Was it for Glimos?
Yep.
Yeah, he just points down at the appropriate spot on the planet. There, he's.
Right away, right away, sir. They say as they immediately pull a lever and the shuttle rockets out of the hangar. Meow.
More like detaches from the hull because the drop ships are fastened to the outside of the hull. There's not enough interior hangar space.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. They immediately the shuttle is detached and then they go meow as the shuttle engages schmovin speed.
Schmovin speed.
Engage.
Yes, good old Mach 8 schmovin.
Give the cat a little salami as a treat. Okay, doggo. So the shuttle ride, for the most part, is fairly nice for the both of you, as you are rocketing down
By the way,
towards the planet. Oh yeah.
you haven't asked what the first roll was for.
Oh yeah, I was wondering about what is that first roll for?
So this is going to be a little fun. Is it Lyrell may have noticed something? That Jericho occasionally disappears somewhere around the red engine room.
Oh.
Wait, the Velociraptor engine room?
Yes.
Good luck with that. That is literally where all the security and guards are posted.
Specifically, Lyrell would notice that there's been things happening around the blink engine.
You
They don't have one of those anymore.
Exactly.
See, you have the engine room with the fake engine, which is now the wheel engine. And to access the blink gate engine, you have to move the fake engine, which, since it's now the wheel engine, can't be moved while in use because it's running.
Yeah, Jericho had to get creative with that.
He had to figure out how to use the REM passageways. What are you trying to do in the massive hole where the blink engine used to be?
Well,
It's
simple.
now had all the...
He has been slowly rebuilding the blink engine with what parts he can make.
I mean, the only parts... The parts they're missing are the parts that nobody has the ability to make.
I'm pretty sure that they lost most of the blink engine.
Yeah, but see, the reason the LEM haven't been able to make their own is they can make a good chunk of it, but no one can make the fuel, and they don't have the ability to make an omnidirectional spinning ball that can go 3 different directions at once, or a fidget spinner that can spin inverted.
Yeah.
Like, the REM have no idea how to make some
spinner, but he can't make the blink core.
Yeah.
Like, aside from the fuel, which is useless if you don't have a complete engine, and the blink core, Jericho can make basically the rest of it. So he's been slowly doing that.
Bit by bit. You're not even like a tenth of the way through it, but it's a slow process.
Not that far in.
Because you're needing to make everything by hand.
I mean...
Which is a remarkably difficult process.
His hands are very good at making stuff. But it's still something that is indeed going to take a while.
Yeah. So you guys, so it takes about an hour or two to get down onto the planet's surface again. With you guys being given a bit of a nice drive kind of view of the planet. Nice big empty fields, some forest, and just even getting to see a few dragons with their riders flying nearby.
Oh. Be interesting to see the reaction when the ship drops cloaking.
When the ship does drop Cloaky, and the Dragon Rider's just like, what the fuck? And immediately pull away and open portals out of the way of the ship. Lybrel's still very confused about how the dragons can teleport.
Next, there's going to be a dragon on the drop shuttle. It's just Lizzie.
Mnam.
Yeah, when a portal just opens in the middle of the ship and Lizzie comes out of it, Lyra's just gonna be like, yeah.
Yeah, there's just a portal that opens in the middle of the ship. Lizzie comes out and pounces on Jericho, licking him.
I didn't mean in the ship. I meant on the ship.
No, it's opening in the ship now.
Oh no, Lizzie's gotten brave.
Yes, and with the dragon comes Nikki, who gives him a cupcake she forgot to pack in his lunch. As she and Lizzie then go back in the portal, and Lyrel figures out how she keeps escaping capture.
How is Lizzie doing this? Lizzie's been on the planet most of this time.
Yeah, no, Lizzie's actually been on the planet.
Oh, Lizzie was on the Velociraptor.
No, Lizzie got brought down when you guys first came down because of the breeding season.
And Lizzie was brought back up when we went to check out the mimics, but was told to stay on the dropship, and then the dropship went back to the Velociraptor, and we haven't been on the planet since.
Huh.
Really?
Oh, yeah, that
remember
was
the
a thing.
The Wem fitted her out with a makeshift EVA suit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, you're right.
And Nikki and it's just been evading capture by teleporting with a psychic dragon.
How the fuck she's been communicating with said psychic dragon, they don't know, but they apparently are in cahoots.
When and how they got in cahoots, Jericho has no idea.
He's a little terrified. But yes, so after another good hour or two of travel, you both arrive at the landing pad, which Jericho is actually just a dragon pad, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And at the landing pad again is the old woman, who is happy to see you all.
Oh.
It's good to see you all again.
It is quite good to be back. I wasn't expecting to be greeted again.
Well, when our dragon riders tell us that there is a ship that suddenly appears out of nowhere, we've figured it's Union.
That's a good point.
No, actually, that's my ship.
Well, that's also true.
Well, you see, given that one of their previous members, that lady that was made of goop.
Oh yeah, the tea lady. She's very nice, though now she's small and really sleepy. She's not eating enough.
Wait, what did you say, Slady?
Wait,
cut out a bit?
Lywell said, oh yeah, the melty lady. She's not doing well. She's kind of small and not eating enough.
Wait, you mean Eden?
No, not her. I'm talking about the one that's made out of like what did she call it? Slime?
Now Lywell looks confused.
She was about yay tall, always covered in what you called oil. Orbital's the character before he dropped.
Lywell has no idea who this is.
Oh, dude.
Yes, she was, that, no matter. Well, I just remembered that she had what do you call it, a mech? That had a very good stealth system on it. Too bad the mech was heavily damaged by the rebels way back when.
Oh, them.
Yes, I know, boat report.
I'm not currently sure how they're doing.
Oh, why is that?
Like I said, our main fleet kind of came into some trouble. There's been a few mix-ups here and there.
Ah, well, no matter. I hope that she is doing well.
I would hope so as well.
She will nod and will look to Lyrel. It is also good to see you. I have heard that there's been some dealings with your people on the southern continent.
Lyrel nods.
Show them the picture of the sandcastle, Lyrel.
Sandcastle?
Construction. It's going really well. The reactor casing is finished curing, and we've begun the upper supports.
Maybe not the technical mumbo jumbo of it.
The old lady gives that very confused but a supportive babushka look. It's like, okay.
Lyrel pauses for a moment and thinks.
I have just simply heard rumor that there has been a new settlement being conducted, a new burg being constructed on the southern continent. Quite a bold endeavor.
Not quite a burg per se.
I think Blue Gem
Yes.
Mountain would count more as a burg.
Oh? Ah, yes, that thing. We have actually been wondering about that. Burgs aren't typically made in that kind of location, but it's still a nice location for one. Most likely will suit your needs quite handily.
The resource, the ore density is over 200% higher than the galactic standards, and should yield yes, it's very nice.
Jericho just pats Lyrel on the head. She means to say it is very bountiful and will serve very nicely.
Ah, yes. We've actually been looking into some of the old records on the station, she says, kind of waving you all to follow as she begins to wobble. Begins like waddle away.
Waddle.
Yeah, I meant waddle, not
Oh, really? How has that been progressing?
Trying to learn our old language is difficult, but we've been able to at least understand how to
me.
To at least be able to understand how to keep the thing working.
That's good. That's good.
The space program is slow, but it's taking off. We're hoping that if we can be able to if we can be able to secure some of the old relics from the southern continent, we could exponentially grow bigger. But that is mainly our hope.
Oh, that would be pretty fun, wouldn't it?
Indeed. Though the strange rock people from the Red Star have been helpful in their own right.
Oh, aye, they are quite a hospitable people.
Yes, they quite are. Ah, well,
A bit odd for us fleshy types, but they mean well.
indeed. Though we cannot exactly visit their planet at the moment, or we can't readily visit it.
No,
I could take you if you like.
We're talking more in the capacity of being on the planet, not transport.
Yes.
Making the suits is quite difficult. Again, we're
if
hoping...
you need a suit, that'd be easy. We could probably have one for you by the end of the week.
I'm not entirely sure that her old heart can take the rigors of space travel.
Like, you can or you can just look at this lady and you can tell yeah, holy shit, she's old. She's like 80.
That's not a problem. Let's see. We'll put an extra suspension and impact stabilizers. Maybe some LCL suspension
Right, well, you get a
tanks,
bonk on the head. Bonk. From the lady staff. I understand.
Wait, me?
Yes.
Lywell goes, yeah!
I will have none of that, young lady. As much as I would like to visit
Bing!
myself, I am not one to go into space. I am far too old for it.
Oh, I could have gotten you there by tomorrow.
Miss, my duty is here on Pern. My duty is here on Pern to the people. Leaving the planet would be detrimental to everyone. I understand that you mean
Even
very
for
much
a
well.
weekend?
Yes, even for a weekend. A leader's duties are never truly at ease. Now, come along. She waves you all to follow again as she...
Lywell's making sad cat noises, and Jericho, you can pick up the sounds of at least 4 other sympathetically sad cats.
She leads you down into the into the burg proper, and will be showing you all tool, and and inside Jericho, it's actually quite close to what you remember. With there actually being some new additions, primarily being a flag of union and of a banner depicting the party when they had first come to Berglimos.
Well, that's definitely nostalgia.
With Lyrell, you can tell that there is Jericho, Haran, and Vector on the banner. Vector with half as many arms as you remember him having.
Lywell looks up at the banner and tugs on Jericho's sleeve.
Yes?
They didn't get Vecna right.
As before.
I
I
see
mean,
you're looking...
You'll notice that only one leg and one arm of mine is mechanical in that.
I thought that was just artistic interpretation. These people don't really seem to understand bionics.
No, I literally hadn't lost the other leg and arm yet.
Jericho, you can't go 2 weeks without losing a limb.
I'm doing slightly better than that.
Lyrell, as you're like talking to Jericho, the old lady just kind of turns. I see you're looking at the banner. The group that had come and helped and had brought us into union. Helped settle many debates there. That's one, the metal one. Vecna.
Yeah.
His negotiation tactics may have been strange, but they worked. My grandfather?
Vecna's plans always walk. Sometimes
Vecna's-
it's just everyone else doesn't agree with it.
Vecna's definitely got an eccentric style to him.
Indeed. But after you all had left, we had this banner these 2 banners constructed. Adding them
must have
into the
taken a while.
history of yes, took them nearly 10 years, if I remember correctly.
Oh, that is quite a tapestry then.
As she just kind of like reaches into the ruffles of her like a overcoat, kind of like a cloak overcoat thing. It pulls out an old picture. that the party had taken with Commander Johnson, but not Commander Johnson, Commander the original Were Commander that you guys had met.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Like, well, you see the picture of the party, all happy and smiles. Jericho and Vector holding up their dragons when they were but babies. There being a older man with a big full beard and a golden dragon behind him, and just and Haran with like 5 fire lizards around her.
Oh.
Of various colors.
Yes.
I well would just look up at this.
Yeah. So it's a picture, and
You
then
all
there's the artistic depiction.
Happy.
That might be artistic license.
The thing, okay, so the picture that she's holding is like a photograph.
I mean, you know what they say, smiles at the camera and all.
I've never seen any of you looking that genuinely happy.
I'm sure we've had our moments. At least I feel like we've had our moments.
Wow, now I feel bad.
Why is that?
Think about it, I really don't think the party has been that happy since I joined.
Don't say that.
I mean, there've been good moments during the death game.
Yeah. And then everything immediately fell apart.
Yeah. Let's not think about that though. But you can tell that this photo is really old, Slaya. Like, they've taken care to at least try to preserve it as best they can, but it looks to be around 60 to 70 years old.
Oh.
This was
Well,
taken before they had left. But they had left such a great impact upon us. It's kind of hard not to remember or commemorate.
Well, nods.
I mean,
Is something the matter, young one?
it is quite an experience getting your own dragon. It's kind of hard to top that, I suppose.
Ah, yes. The day that the silver dragon hatched.
I mean, that had us almost collectively shit our pants, that did.
With how cool and collected you all were during that time, that is surprising to hear.
We're very good at covering up.
Well, no matter that. I have to say that it is good to see at least you're in good health. Surprising that you're so young still.
Well, relativity and all that.
She just kind of looks at Mike confused, but nods a little, like, okay. It's like,
Our ships
okay.
go. It's quite simple, really. Our ships go so fast that those on board don't age like everyone else.
Huh.
It does wonders for extending your life, but unfortunately, it means you miss out so much on everyone else's.
I see. Quite a downside of being able to travel through the stars.
Isn't it just? It's both a blessing and a curse. Or that we could have been back here sooner.
But none the matter there. For now, you are here, and, well, the meeting will be starting within the next few hours. The diplomats have finally arrived from all the birds.
Oh, Long lost waiting was killing me.
She just kind of raises
I
her eyebrow.
offered to take them in the shuttle.
Figuratively speaking.
Ah, well, you have to understand that we're still getting used to some of the technologies we've been able to rebuild. Superstition and all that.
Oh, aye, superstition, the number one enemy of technology.
The walkers don't mind it.
These are leaders that you were talking to, remember?
Oh no. Oh, okay. You know what? I'm gonna pretend I didn't just realize that. Continue. I might have just realized that the Ram, by offering to pay ludicrous prices, are literally poaching all the skilled labor away from this borg to their own.
You just now realized that?
Yes, I just now realized that! I've been thinking of build sandcastle, not the implications for everyone else.
Oh, dear lord. I've been thinking about build sandcastle.
Oh no, that's gonna cause some issues.
Yeah.
Issues that myself nor the Ram are equipped to handle.
That's what Jericho can handle.
Excellent. So, yes.
So, Lyrel, you are. So, Lyrel, you will, after a bit, will walk. After a bit, you all walk into a room. And in this room,
Jericho having several fire lizards perched on him by this point.
yes. There's quite a few different people who are just like, fire lizards? Wow, I didn't expect them to be riding on someone like that.
Jericho's just holding his arms out like a scarecrow because there's just so many.
Jericho, you're going robot.
Hang on a second.
He needs to recalibrate his Vox emitter.
Wait, they made a RoboCop RPG game?
Yeah, RoboCop, Rogue City. I'm hoping to set some money aside to actually play it because apparently it's pretty damn good.
It has overwhelmingly positive reviews.
Exactly. Apparently it's pretty damn good.
Apparently, yeah.
Yeah,
The more
Jericho's
you know.
just holding his arms out to the sides because there's just so many on them.
That my man be T-posing.
My man PT posing, he is just like, I can't put them down. There's too many dragons sleeping on them.
They're like hanging upside down on his arms.
Okay, it's official. Fire lizards sleep like bats.
Yes, it's adorable.
Or cats, one or the other.
They either do elope or they hang upside down, no in between.
Yep.
All right. So the two of you are brought into a large council room, where standing before you all is damn flies. Standing before you all is, or sitting in the room, as more and more people are slowly filling in from other entrances into the room, are different leaders from the different burgs. A few of them you actually remember seeing at Berglimos. Not Berglimos, the other Berg.
Bergzood.
Yeah, Bergzood.
Mm.
That you remember seeing at Bergzood. As there is obviously some tension in the air. As they are all looking at each other, looking to each other, just like, what are they doing here? Why do we have to sit like this? Like, there is some very obvious tension that, yeah, they don't get along, but you're hoping that you guys can at least help fix that.
find out.
Yes. Oh shit! Dungeons 4 came out.
Dungeons 4?
Yeah. Oh shit! Damn. I'll need to check that out eventually. Anyway, sorry. I just glimpsed at my news feed, and yeah, no, that's just something that came out. Okay. Fucking love the Dungeon series.
So we have a room full of a bunch of grumpy-looking people.
Very
Yes.
grumpy.
Okay, why did he roll a roid on the street?
Holy shit!
That's his literally the best roll he can get.
Yeah.
But I literally just.
That is a
That
double
is
crit.
a triple crit.
Double crit. I work by tens.
You had said a crit was if it got a dirty 20. A double crit would be a dirty 20 and getting a max on accuracy, and a triple crit was if you got an actual nat 20 and maxed your accuracy with a bonus.
I thought I had it worked out by the tens.
And that a quadruple crit would be literally getting 32, the highest one in the game. At least that's what you had told me.
Okay,
Working it by the tens also works.
Yeah. So that is a double crit.
Yeah.
So you are. So Jericho, what are you trying to use the word on the street for?
He was just gonna like gauge, like just to like gauge how things are sort of sitting, standing. Maybe get some snacks for the fire lizards.
So
You know, just like, hey, buddy, do you mind? Could you get down to the concession stand? Maybe pick up like some snacks and popcorn for these little critters.
What the fuck is popcorn?
He's just literally. It's mostly just he's vibing. He's vibing. He's getting the people to be vibing. You know, just
the random
it's like the best.
The random like servant that you're asking this
like
just looks at.
This is the closest thing to like a diplomacy / charisma check that I can.
Like, so Jericho, you're whispering to this random servant that's like serving people drinks and stuff, and it's like, can you go get me some like snacks and popcorns for these guys, as you have like 10 fire lizards hanging off of you.
Also, do you know what? Also, these guys really aren't digging each other. What's their beef?
Well, half of them, well, those three, he points to one end of the table, are the leaders of the rebel barracks, as they've been known as.
Aye.
And, well, because the war was basically a stalemate for so long, tensions have risen because either side has great power behind them in different ways, so having leaders from both parties here is kind of unsettling to everyone.
I mean, I get that, but I mean, the idea here is to negotiate peace. So what exactly is like what? I mean, why did they start fighting in the first place?
I don't remember why exactly they started fighting.
That's the same thing that I asked them, and that they gave the same answer. If no one remembers why they're fighting, then why are they fighting? I mean, it seems kind of silly, don't you think?
This feels like that whole fucking, you know, the comic where it's dwarves and elves, not dwarf, orcs and elves have been fighting for so long they've forgotten why they're fighting.
Mm-hmm.
They're fighting for 1,000 years, but they have no idea why.
So, I would like to attempt a thing.
All right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Jericho is whizzing up a random servant.
It's not rizzing.
You got a 28, even if you didn't intend to, you are.
Young servant girl just looking up at him, just like, holy shit, it's the guy from the Legends. The guy from the Harper Tales.
However, Lyrell has spent this entire time discussing with the Rem Bureaumancers, the best she could access for diplomacy, and they have put together a plan.
Alright.
I actually have a +2 to charm, meaning I am the most qualified for this plan. There'd suddenly be a clink. I imagine there's like a head of this table with a stand.
Yeah, there is.
There's suddenly a loud clinking sound, amplified by the megaphone Lywell is holding.
Everyone just shuts
Jericho's
up
just
and
like,
looks at you, just like, what the
"Oh."
fuck?
Jericho just looking over, like, we're like, oh no, please tell me you're not about to.
She's about to
Friends,
do
Ponins,
diplomacy.
countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to herald peace. The evil that lies between us is in the past, and good is often to go forward. So let it be with it good in our heart and noble intentions that we all come here with the same ambitions. For it was so that the grievous past and harm that came. Ugh, ugh. Ugh, I got something stuck in my mouth. Ugh.
The light rail has a hairball.
Everyone's just still staring at her.
Oh, sorry.
So light rail, you probably want to roll on this.
You know what? For how the speech has been going, I'm gonna say you get a point of accuracy for it. Because it's actually a really good speech.
I hastily rewrote the From Julius Caesar poem.
It's good so
I mean,
far.
That's why it's so good.
After hacking up the airball, here under leave of Borg. What's the Borg's name?
Limos.
Limos.
Here under the eaves of Borg Umos, the fallen of West, the thread no more. We come here as honorable men and women, so that all they, the honorable men, come for, may rest at ease. I come to speak of peace going forward. For what good is gained by continuing this fight? For this fight which was started to deal with the thread now laid at rest, would it not just serve to stir up the old hostilities that you all sought to avoid?
They're all just
I
like
speak-
nodding and murmuring. It's like, yeah.
I seek not to disapprove of any of your notions, for all of you, with honor and good intent, sought to preserve the future, and you should all feel proud of that. And let that pride, that desire to aid one another, guide us forward. The old grudges, while valid and deep-rooted, will only serve to hold you deep-rooted to the strife of past. I would like us to admit we have all done wrong, but all of us with the same good intentions, and let us now go forward for the betterment of all the Borgs.
Alright. You can give me a charm test with a degree of accuracy.
Nat 1.
So someone in the back is just like, who the fuck are you?
Exactly. And who the fuck are you?
It's a great speech and all.
And who the fuck are you?
But they don't know who the hell this person is.
I'm Captain Onk of the Velociraptor.
Jericho, do you step in to help Lyrel?
I mean, yes, I admit the speech kind of sucked really bad. I rewrote a poem last minute.
mean,
that was actually a really
not
good
that
speech, though.
It's a good speech.
But Jericho, do you try to help Lyrell salvage the situation?
Somebody throws a tomato at the cat, who steps back.
Jericho just steps up, snatches the tomato out of the air, and whips it back.
You hit someone wearing Wear Commander armor.
They get hit.
They look completely stunned and shocked as everyone's just like, oh shit.
I'd ask you to please not assail my comrade.
Someone in the back just pipes up, oh shit, it's the Metal Man!
Excuse you! That's our comrade. He could not be here today.
Then who are you?
Jericho just transforms his arms and just lets out blasts into the air.
He is the Metal Man!
No! I'm the half Metal Man!
Lywell peeks up over comms. Jericho, careful! You almost hit the keystone! That'd bring down the whole roof!
Flame isn't going to bring down the roof. Jericho's only using pyrotechnics.
Yeah, but who knows what he's spawning?
Jericho, who knows he isn't going to burn stone.
The room is carved out of solid stone.
Yeah, no, Jericho knows what these people build out of.
It is legitimately just a solid stone room.
Yeah, no, Lywell's not gonna trust in simple, normal stone to hold up against Jericho.
Rocket stone!
Jericho, what? If Jericho started using rockets, then you could be worried.
Yeah. So, you are... So,
Right, no, what my comrade's point does stand, though. We are here today to promote peace. Well, that being said, had I wanted to give an opening speech, I would have liked to have known beforehand, so I could introduce them. But it is as I would say, it does appear to be quite a simple problem. You all have been fighting for so long, but you do not know any longer why you're fighting. You have no reason to fight. Then can you not agree that further loss of life would be meaningless? You wouldn't want your sons and daughters to throw their lives away in vain. So there should not be a point to send them off to war.
They all kind of just, like, look among each other, just like, yeah, he does make a point.
It is, of course, to that interest that we are all gathered here today. But I believe everyone here is in attendance because they believe that peace is indeed achievable.
One of them speaks up. Indeed, but peace by what means is yet to be decided.
Well, hopefully by peaceful means. After all, any peace forged of violence never lasts.
What proof do you have of that?
Jericho just pulls open his shirt and just yoinks out one of his old wanted posters. I mean, I could not think of much of a finer example.
Everyone just stares at it, just like, wait, what? Who in their right mind would put a poster out for someone who's immortal?
I don't know, but I don't think they knew that I was quite so long-lived.
Well, no. If they believe you're immortal, that's all the more reason to put a poster out for when you do come back.
They don't really know if he's immortal, they just believe he is.
I mean,
Yeah, so it makes sense they put out a poster, because chances are, if he's immortal, he could come back.
Well, I mean, that's kind of beside the point, but anyway, you're both two very driven peoples, and you both have what is the right way to be able to put this? No, that's not the right word. It's so much easier to do this on paper. Both of your societies have advantages and disadvantages. Both have ways that they could both benefit at each other. Quite simply, the real discussion, I think, is how do we make those come together in a way that is equally fair and profitable to both of you.
They all just nod in agreement. Yeah, that is a good thing to think of.
Jericho just silently thinks to himself, oh, thank God copying Vector is working.
As you get as you like thinking this, there is a person who comes out from who comes in holding what looks to be a harp. Not harp, a lyre basically, and says, "You speak similar words to the man of metal."
I mean, he was my friend. I'd hope I could speak like him, but no, that sounds odd. I mean, I knew him well.
It is very interesting, no matter what, to see your people again. Many of us harpers believed that our tales would be the only ones left of you. Like so many different stories.
Well, you have a habit of surprising people.
Is that common?
Joe just kind of raises his hand, waves it back and forth a little, like, more than you'd think.
I see. Well, no matter. She will kind of extend her hand. I do believe that he does speak the truth. We need to put aside so much of our differences and work together once more. Remember how our people built the bergs, the last few remaining of the great machines. Of how our people created dragons in order to protect us from the threat. Think of what we could accomplish if we worked together again. They all just nod in agreement as well. Do you two have any other words to say?
Oh, yeah, 1 second. Let me...
Are you modifying another poem?
Jericho just glanced at Lyrel. But also, Mender.
Mender?
When you wish to fix
Yeah, no, when you look back, Lyrel's gone.
Name your approach. You can do it, but the GM chooses one or two things you'll need. To bring the disparate parts together in one place, we've got that. To gather specific materials or find more time to find out what's missing. Be comfortable with not fully fixing it. I mean, I've got 3 out of 4 of those already.
I mean,
That is true. You have the. I was reading through the abilities you had picked, and I realized, you have the ability to fix something, whether it be organic or mechanical. It just walks.
Yeah.
you know what? Fuck it, you can
Wait,
give it a
Builder is
try.
kind of broken.
Yeah, no, you can use it. I would not be opposed to this. This actually sounds like a good idea.
So, Jericho actually being the technical diplomat of the party just because he is fucking somehow a wizard at getting people to work together.
Shadow Wizard Money Gang.
Yeah, I don't even have to roll for it. Like, it's just a trait that I have.
Jericho right now.
Jericho right now, where?
I just posted Jericho. Shadow Wizard Money Gang.
Fudge.
Shadow Wizard Money Gang, mending countries together.
Cast failed, not war.
We actually have that one. Hold on. Hold on, let me go grab it. But yeah, Jericho, you're just like just pulling a Shadow Wizard Money Gang right here. I divided this country in half and fixed it with only flex tape.
Two countries at war? Blam! That's the power of flex tape!
I'm sorry, it just fits too well. Here it is.
Yeah.
Just handing over the booth. Alright. So Jericho, you see that everyone begins to agree, and the old lady will clear her throat. Then we will put it then, if the council is in agreement, the differences between the both sides shall be mended, and we shall move forward as a united people, with the help of union to guide us along our path.
By the way, since the council's here, are they gonna put the WEM services to vote?
Ah, yes. Lyrel, do you actually bring that up? Do you quickly jump
No,
back into
Lyrel's
it?
not in the room.
Jericho's just looked around and said, Lyrella's gone. Where is she?
Cat go.
Lyrel is wherever there isn't a room full of heavily armored people shouting at her.
They're wearing medieval plate mail, man.
Yeah, it's really heavily armored.
Jericho just turns on a private comm link and just, he's like, I don't know, where did you go?
She's currently in the
He gets
kitchen.
a reply back. I don't know.
She says that as she bursts into a room that she realizes is a kitchen.
Well, just stay nearby and stay out of trouble, yeah?
Okay.
Okay. It looks like things are going really well here anyway.
Let's see, do I have a I would like to scrap and salvage the pantry.
Give me a roll.
Finds just what she needs to make pancakes.
Give me a roll. All right.
Uh,
So, Lyrel, after you burst into the kitchen, the head chef is just like, "Huh? Who are you? Who are you?"
um,
And you see it is a fairly muscular redheaded woman.
I was like, a bunch of really big, scary people started yelling at me, and I ran.
Ah, the council. Yeah, you can stay in here. Most servants tend to do that.
I would just instinctively reach up and put on one of the nearby aprons.
She just begins getting back to work making some delicious smelling food. Just making some amazingly delicious food as she is as you put on the apron and go to raid the pantry. Inside,
Wait, no,
Oh.
I've just realized something. So the lady has mistaken me for some sort of servant.
yes.
How about a 29 to invent pancakes?
The lady, you raid the pantry. You grab the ingredients to make pancakes, and you just start getting to work. And the lady's just like, "What are you doing?"
Nya, 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 nya. Making a cat paw pancake.
And she just, as the lady just kind of like watches you with like, oh, as you create a massive stack of pancakes.
And now you put syrup on them.
Oh, syrup? Hold on. She leaves the room and comes back with a keg over her shoulder. They usually use this stuff to make the alcohol, but they don't mind if I take one. Besides, they're too scared of me to even try to stop me.
She said, "Chef, she gets to do whatever she wants."
The writers like to make the alcohol. But a single punch sends us into flying. You'd be surprised how skinny they are, even though they are literally even though they wield such heavy weaponry. She just goes on a muttering about dragon riders before she.
So at this point, Lywell would actually take off her helmet and click it onto the back of her pack.
The lady just kind of stares at you, just like, "Oh, you're not one of the servants, are you?" Last time I checked, the servants don't have cat ears.
Pretty sure last time she checked, servants don't dress in pastel pink hearth suits.
She's too focused on making her creme brulee.
Okay, so they've invented creme brulee, but not pancakes.
I feel insulted.
Well, you realize that she actually has a tiny fire lizard on her shoulder.
A tiny what?
A small
Tiny
fire
dragon.
lizard.
Ah.
Dragon.
Yeah, she just has a small fire lizard on her shoulder. As she just like as she goes to grab the dishes and just like, well, when the what are you making anyways? As she raises up the raises up the platter, and the dragon begins to torch the creme brulees.
They're pancakes.
What's a pancake?
It's a little flat cake you make in the pan for breakfast. See, the frosted cakes are for dessert. So these ones are slimmer.
I see. She just kind of leans in and studies what you're doing.
You have to make sure that they're light and fluffy. Otherwise, you'd get a tummy ache, and that'd be a terrible start for the day.
Are they sweet?
Mm-hmm.
Then why would you need to add syrup?
To make them proper.
Because
sweet.
it's very satisfying. As she slowly pours it over the stack.
The lady's just holding up the keg. Like holding the keg over her shoulder as Lyrell's like adjusting.
Well, yes, she's holding it. Lywell's just gently tipping it forward a bit.
She just watches this, just like, oh, Oh,
This lady
okay.
confused at this random 10-year-old girl's making pancakes.
Yeah, she's just like, what the fuck is going on?
I mean, that lady, when she gets her first bite of it,
And then Lywell takes some of the butter they have, puts that on top, and is like, oh, She taps her comms. Mia, could you bring some whipped cream down?
Yeah, I can. Where are you?
That's a good question.
you must recover all the energy immediately, Mega Man. What? That's a good question.
Why the fuck is there guys with clothes exploding? What the fuck?
Lywell just flips on her locator beacon. There's a window about 8 tails to my immediate left.
Oh, okay. I think I can deliver it.
Wait, the lady when she gets to try pancakes with syrup for the first time.
Yes, I actually have a skill for this.
Oh no.
1 second. It is a thing I get to do once per mission.
What is this? Oh yeah, it's your thing.
I get to have an orbital supply drop at my exact location.
Where do you
It's
get
never
that
been needed
power
once in the
from?
campaign.
Where do you get that power from?
Being the that's a good question. Let me see. Where do I get? Oh no, I'm gonna need to open my actual com.
It's a bond, isn't
I'm
it?
thinking that's either from your Lancaster or
It probably is from the Lancaster, which I didn't take, and if that's the case, I wouldn't have it currently. But I'll check.
that's probably from Lancaster because that's one of its things. You could call it a supply drop. But if you have like a fucking rank thing, or not rank, but
Oh no, it's actually one of my talents
So it's one of your bombs.
from being a grease monkey.
Oh!
Friends in high places.
Yeah, when we have all of those talents.
So
Lyrel,
on the Velociraptor, they begin loading a torpedo.
Oh yeah, friends in high places. Yep. You and your allies may replenish one use of all limited weapons and systems and restore one structure. This doesn't require any repairs and can be used even if you've reached a repair cap.
With $10,000.
Alright, so,
I mean, not technically, but it's fun enough that I would say, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, no, it's fun enough that I'd say, yeah, let's go for it. So, Lyrel, you call in a supply drop, and you call it a supply drop. They load up the torpedo with a bunch of whipped cream.
And other stuff. It wouldn't just be whipped cream.
Yeah, a bunch of different food items. And it is shot down.
It's at this moment after they've launched it, Lywell would look out the window to see where it's actually going to hit.
As she realizes, wait a minute. I didn't tell them to aim outside the window, did I?
Huh, you're right, I didn't, did I?
No, you didn't.
Uh-oh.
As
Oops.
Lyrel, you hear a boring coming up from above.
Turns around, eyes wide.
And a fridge drops through the ceiling.
As incoming is a drill tip that breaks through the ceiling, crashes into the table, and rests in the center of the room.
We'll fix that. We'll fix that, don't worry!
The
Team, we need to fix that!
the lady's just like, what the fuck? Like,
Well,
the
just-
head chef is just looking so terrified at the moment.
I will just opens the device, takes out some whipped cream, finishes off the pancakes, and puts a little fork in it with a little pink heart at the end. Here.
She takes the pancakes and just starts eating absentmindedly. Her tiny fire lizard also starting to do that. They're both enjoying the pancakes. It's like, oh my god, these are actually delicious. What the fuck? But they're more just left in shock at the moment.
Meanwhile, When Repair Team is on it.
The cat's repair team is just going around, just coming down and starting to patch up the holes in the fucking solid stone building.
You know, that's what concrete's for.
Yep.
But yeah, they start repairing, and the lady's just still in just complete and utter shock at what she just went through. Just unsure what to say or even do. As she just looks at this torpedo that just suddenly appeared. It's like, what is that? How did this happen?
It was a minor oversight.
How? Why? When?
I forgot to include landing coordinates. For the case of a supply drop, launch was 2.6 minutes ago.
She just sits down and just finishes her pancakes. Just finishes the pancakes, looks down again, sighs, and just says, I'm gonna have to tell the Lord about this. I'm not gonna look forward to that.
Don't worry, we'll repair the ceiling better than new.
It's just... She looks down at the broken table.
We'll pay for a replacement. Lywell reaches into a pocket, pulls out a platinum strip and hands it to the lady.
She just looks at it, nods a little, just like, okay. She's going, there goes all my hard work on the creme brulees.
Lywell turns on her comm. Jewel? How many chefs do we have aboard the Velociraptor?
We currently have 5.
Can they make creme brulee?
I will check. Why are you asking, miss?
I ruined the lady's creme brulee when the torpedo bore through the ceiling and destroyed the table.
How many times have I told you that you need to specify coordinates or else it will use the default position you are at?
Normally that's fine in space.
Just deep, pained sigh. Understood. We'll see what we can do. As she signs off and starts seeing if any of the chefs can make creme brulee. Jericho!
What is Jericho doing?
Jericho. So, Jericho.
America, meanwhile, has successfully negotiated world peace.
So, Jericho, you are feeling
They've
very
all
good.
decided to celebrate with creme brulee.
Jericho. You are But Jericho, you are feeling very good about yourself as you've negotiated peace on this planet. And as they are calling for a celebration, the leader of this burg saying that their head chef has actually been working on creme brulees this week, so there are probably going to be some that they can have for the celebration. When you hear when you hear the sound of boring going past the room at Mach 2.
Jericho's like, logo. Just again, private channel Lyra. What did you do?
Are you going to answer the man? Lyrel?
Oh wait, I thought you were talking to Jericho.
Yeah, no.
Yes, and Jericho's talking to Lyrel on a private channel. It's like, Lyrel, what did you do?
I'm sorry, I was looking at a video my brother just sent me.
You're fine.
So Lywell would explain that due to logistical oversight in miscommunication of vectors, there was a slight orbital to ground incursion between the structural integrity of the building and her present proximity.
You fucking called a supply drop down on yourself and you didn't correctly target it, didn't you?
Maybe
What were you calling down?
whipped cream?
For what?
The pancakes!
Right?
They didn't know what pancakes were.
Well, they're currently wanting creme brulee because we just successfully negotiated everything.
Oh, that's under the drop shuttle.
Oh boy. Okay.
Don't worry, Jadul's seeing if our chefs know how to make it.
I was just about to say, call down your kitchen staff. We can
They're-
give them creme brulee and pancakes in celebration. I can stall for time.
Alright.
How do you spell creme brulee?
Hold on.
That is CREMEBRULEE.
I hate French.
Yes. I do as well, but holy shit, are these things delicious.
They really are.
Wait, it's it's pretty much just whipped
It's
cream and
basically a
egg?
pudding. It's basically a pudding with like a sugary, fried sugary topping.
You'd be
Huh.
surprised how difficult it is to make.
This is really annoying to make.
Again, you'd be surprised just how annoying it is to make. Like, it is delicious and well worth all the effort.
Oh, a creme brulee will take 2 to 3 days to make.
Yes. You can see why she's just devastated.
Yeah. No, now I feel bad.
As she's just like looking at this, just pain in her soul, just saying, it'll take too long to make them again. I just used last my custard to make these.
Jericho arriving, he has successfully stalled for time.
Jericho,
Alright.
Jericho, you're seeing a rather well built tall woman with red hair as you walk in.
Right. So, what supplies do you have on hand?
Lady just looks up. You talking to me?
I assume you're in charge of the kitchen, yes?
Yes, I am.
Right. I'm here to help. What do you need?
Let's see. I used the last of the custard in order to make this batch. It finally got it right.
Mm-hmm.
Little Ignis over here, she just rubs the chin of the fire lizard. Was finally able to get the right amount of fire going.
I see.
And uh, if we can get another custard going, that'd be great. But it took me a week to get it right. I
Well,
don't think it'll be easy to recreate.
this is for creme brulee, yeah?
Yeah?
Jericho just smiles politely. I was like, allow me 1 second.
She'll nod, just pulling back. I'm
And he
just
then
gonna go
opens
lay
the line.
down.
And then Jericho just opens the line to the ship. Nikki, do you know how to make custard?
Kinda?
Alright, I'm sending you a set of instructions for the recipe to make a very quick custard. I need you to go, make it, and get it in a supply canister so that way we can get it down here.
Sure. Yeah, I can do that.
Great.
Hold on,
Just
I need to make a few
remember-
rolls.
Just remember, on your best behavior.
Yes, sir. Alright, 1 moment. I need to make a
Alright.
few different rolls here.
Yes. And you know, Jericho just turns to what else like, alright, we're gonna have another supply drop incoming. Not inside this time.
Meanwhile, a shuttle of engineers have arrived and they set to patching the ceiling.
Lyrel, Jadul gets back to you and says, only one of our chefs knows how to make a proper creme brulee.
Uh-huh.
Jericho tapping on the line. I've got, while they can't make creme brulee, I have got the ability to get them to make instant custard. Well, not quite instant, but. So we can get supplies of custard going, and get that in a supply drop, then we can finish the rest off down here, I think.
Lyrel looks over the ingredients. We're not really gonna have any eggs on board.
Correction, Miss Lyrel. We actually do.
Lyrel still is in utter bewilderment.
One of the chefs had brought along some dino eggs for making something.
They'd
Omelet,
stay
probably.
good for a week at best. We've been in orbit for porn for several now.
They say that the eggs are still good. I do not know. Anyways, so 1 moment, I will be making a few different rolls. All
My
right.
idea was have the Wem go raid the local market for eggs.
All right. That works. So the next 2 hours is a blur of of activity, cat noises, and Jericho swearing onto any god that there is, swearing onto every god that he knows about, that creme brulee is bullshit.
Yes.
Meanwhile-
Before-
The fact that he can turn his fingers into a blowtorch to get the perfect temperature for the topping is just
yeah, somehow
the
he
envy
still
of all
messes
chefs
up.
anywhere.
It's still somehow he messes up a few times.
Well,
I'm gonna
yeah,
see how well Lywell does. 21.
Alright.
Yeah. He's trying a little too hard to be the
Not
cool guy.
Yeah.
He's trying a little too hard to be cool.
Yeah. No, Jericho, you're trying to show off, but
He's
Oh, wait,
he's
no, there's a
literally
Pokemon episode
riding
of
a
this.
little too high off of having negotiated world peace. That being said,
There's
Mendel
a
and
Pokemon
Comfort
episode
are
where these
so
two
good
Mr.
for
Mimes
this
and they're both cooking. One does it very fancy and showy, but his food tastes horrible. The other one does it very slow and methodical, step by step, and their food looks very bland but tastes delicious.
But as we've already had from the fish fry-up, Jericho is a good cook.
yes.
He's just
So, well, you are.
Ouch!
You okay?
So yeah, I got a notification that the AdMech prices went up again.
oh,
Shit. Alright. So all of you are, so after a few hours of working and getting it just right, you all come out with a nice group of creme brulees.
Alright, this should be enough for everyone here.
Jericho, you indeed do swear to any and all gods that creme brulee should not be this difficult, especially given your advantage.
Yup.
But for some reason, it's just unbearably difficult for you.
Yeah, no, definitely couldn't like looking here. Like, let's see the fucking nervous. It's a tabernacle steal it. A fucking toothpaste.
And you put the little egg with the other egg, and then you store them all up, and then you put in the sugar, and you store that.
Of course, neither of you have the cultural experience to know what I am referencing.
Unfortunately, not.
I
wish
will
it
set her
Apparently,
ears to autofilter out Jericho swearing.
apparently, over in Canada, the way the French swear is very fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I can imagine.
So like, Jericho has just picked up an auto translator so he can curse the French in their own language.
Speaking a very much dead language just because he fucking hates the French. Jericho, oddly enough, as you were swearing in French about how bullshit the French are, the creme brulees that you make suddenly become very good.
Yes, he's discovered the key ingredient to French cooking. Self-loathing.
I mean, yeah. How you actually read some of the French recipes? They're fucking weird.
Yes, they're entirely dumb. And I'm like, who the fuck is insane enough to think of that?
People who have been who've been fighting each other for so long that doesn't matter. So the two, so so you guys, after finally getting it all figured out, and head down to the uh and eventually you guys all head down back to the place and back to the meeting room where everyone is just relaxing, having fun, drinking some wine. And Jericho, you're just like, we have the creme brulees. Or how would you like bring them in?
Jericho gets some of the ram lined up nicely. He gets them fitted with like little bow ties and makes them look all nice and presentable.
Well, no, they take off when he tries to put the bow ties on. They would resist, and instead they'd go into a little room and come back later. They've taken off their suits and are now wearing little maid dresses.
Adorable.
I did not think that you would be so prepared. Why didn't you say to start out with? Actually, no. I blame myself. I should have simply asked Lyrel to handle this.
Yeah, no. This is something Lywell would know how to do.
So naturally, his sense of Jericho is just like, okay, Lyrel, fancy serving your people, if you would.
Lywell smiles and begins to address the whim. 1 second. This is going to be a charm with a lot of accuracy.
Roll 6 degrees of accuracy. They're all ones.
It's not bad.
I'm just rolling bad, okay?
Watch it. Once we get to the archaeology section, she's gonna be like rolling
I know.
fucking like fucking
I
quad
chose
quits.
invent or create. That's right. I chose invent or create as my accuracy. 1 second. I chose invent or create as my specialty, so now I'm an expert in it, and I basically get to make it twice. So I'm just gonna. Oh no, wrong. 1 second. It doesn't matter. Anyways, yes, I got a 12 for the presentation, which
I
is
mean, it's good
not-
enough to pass.
yeah,
Yeah.
good enough to pass. Better than your nat 1.
Better than my creating these fucking creme brulee.
Oh yeah, for the creme brulee creation, I got a 21.
Yeah. No, Jericho's going a little too fancy, not just having it there, but like topping them with like little chocolate crowns, except as he then applies the blowtorch to, crystallize the thing and secure the little chocolate crown in, and then the chocolate crown melts. And it's just like, the fucking princess!
Alright. So you guys are you make the presentation and they are all just enamored with how good they are. As they are,
And of course, the ram serving them are cute too.
yes. As they're all just enjoying they enjoy the presentation and the show, and even genuinely very much surprised by like how good they really are.
And the pancakes are spectacular too.
They're just like, what? These pancakes are delicious.
Jericho just giving Lyrel a
Wait,
secret high
wait
five.
a second. I need to do a thing. Wait a second. If you take a pancake and you combine it with a creme brulee, don't you have a crepe?
No.
Unfortunately, no.
Oh, is that not how you make a crepe?
No, crepes are way thinner than pancakes.
Yeah, crepe is like insanely thin.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Well, I've never had a crepe, okay? I've just seen them in shows.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I do recommend if you get the chance to try them. They're quite
Yeah, 100%. Like crepes are really thin.
Okay, you know how many allergies I have. Could I even eat a crepe?
Yeah. There is the possibility. There is definitely gluten-free options there.
And dairy free and soy free.
Yeah.
Unless you're basically you should be okay, just unless you're allergic to egg.
Yeah.
No, trust me, I'm not allergic to egg. Egg makes up a huge portion of my diet.
Yeah.
Well,
The
then
only
yeah, you should be okay. They do have gluten free. There's no soy in pancakes.
yeah.
Oh, you say that. You'd be amazed at how much soy is being used as a filler in literally everything.
Like if they're made from scratch, then you shouldn't have to worry.
Yeah. And most crepe places do make from scratch, and they do have. And I mean, like over in Canada, they had a gluten free option. They were all right.
Yeah.
They're a little more finicky to make, but
Yeah. They're more finicky to make, but they're still good.
and I'm pretty sure that they can be made with a lactose free batter.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but anyways, yes. Crepes being solved.
so after so you guys are enjoying having so everyone is enjoying this and having fun and just all together just having an amazing time. And as the day is winding down and everyone is going to their rooms for the night.
Jericho drinking one of the big burly commanders under the table.
Yeah, there's like this big burly were commander, and he doesn't believe that Jericho can outdrink him. Fucking 2 hours and 15 rounds later, he's passed out on the floor.
And Jericho's just sitting there like, come on. Where's your fighting spirit? Not even the slightest bit of posture.
Uh, so as you two are just enjoy, so you two are, or some of the few people remaining in the room as you are just enjoying the day.
Jericho will be just like sitting there, a flock of fire lizards sitting around this table. He's just feeding them crumbs of pancake.
After the ceiling's patched up and a new table's brought in, and Lywell has apologized for about the 700th time for the crepe incident.
The cravings.
Where is Jericho?
You're both like sitting at the table. He is currently kicking his feet up and throwing some breadcrumbs and pieces of jerky towards the fire lizards.
So, in the Great Hall?
Yeah. Basically, yeah. He's in the Great Hall.
That's a bit too crowded for Lywell.
Oh, it's fairly empty now.
out.
Yeah, like there's only like a handful of people left in there now.
Well, in that case, Lywell would walk over. She's also wearing one of the frilled maid outfits. She just kind of yawns and calls up.
Jericho just gently puts their hand on her head and gives her a pat and says, good job today.
He reaches for her hand, but the three crystal tails kind of like reel back like snakes.
What is Jericho's reaction?
Jericho just pauses gently and just flexes out his fingers like, come on, I'm not here to hurt you. You know this.
Orby, Orby comes over. He has the frilled maid headband, and aside from that's just like his thrusters are going full blare. Like you can see the tips of the plasma coming out as he's struggling to move a keg of beer.
Did you bring that out for me, Orby?
It takes a moment as it's just slowly dragging the barrel in bursts. Like he's only really designed to be able to lift a bit more than Lywell's weight, and this thing's a lot more than that.
Jericho just gets up, walks over, picks it up. All right, where do you need it?
Orby just looks at Jericho, and Jericho will notice that there's a mug tied to the barrel.
Just for me?
Badoop.
Well, thank you. We'll find a spot, sit down, and enjoy some of it. The next question will be: is how do we get one sleeping captain back onto the ship?
The other Wem show up. They look down at Lywell sleeping. They look at each other. Soon, Jericho's the image of crazy old Catman. The fireplace mantle, the alcoves, under chairs, on chairs.
Just Rem filling the room.
There's like 24 Rem all snuggled tightly around the chair Jericho's sitting in.
Jericho just pouring himself another mug of beer. Right. First it's fire lizards. Now it's fire lizards. And Rem.
Oh yeah, and then all the fire lizards would start appearing, snuggled on top of the snuggled Rem.
And more fire lizards. Jericho's just like, oh, whatever. It's not like there's any risk.
Jericho opening up the keg. All right, let's get the drinking. For the rest of the night, Jericho, you end up passing out in the hall after just getting very, very sleepy from the day.
Just eventually falls asleep in his chair.
When you wake up and finding yourself more after taking a bit and waking up, after you wake up, it's not long, and you find that there's just you find that there's more Rem around your feet. Where do they keep coming from?
He's stopped questioning that.
But as you start waking up and shifting around, you disturb the pile of cats. As they all start to yawn and stretch. Ooh, big stretch. And Lyrell is one of the first to fully wake up and just go, yeah? Well, you're the first one to wake up among all the cats.
Jericho, do you know what that's a gif of?
That's a weasel.
Yes, but do you know what it's doing?
A mating dance.
No, that's what they do before they go pee. I don't know why. That's what they do.
Okay.
Weasels, they literally have a potty dance.
That is the weirdest thing I have ever heard, but okay.
That is funny and adorable. The weasels have a potty dance.
Otters and ferrets will do it too.
That just is extra adorable.
Indeed, it really is.
But yes. Sorry for interrupting. PB, you were saying?
Yeah. You're one of the first to wake up. What do you do? Lyrel.
Oh, me?
Yes.
Well, Lyrel would wake up, see that her crew is all asleep as she begins kind of going around, nudging everybody awake, lots of softly muttered nyahs,
Yeah.
as soon the entire sleepy Cloudor makes its way out of the room.
Slowly, all the asleep Rem finally free Jericho from his prison. And the two of you are just feeling really, really good after all of it. After all that. Well, Tyrell, you are just now wondering, how did we make that many creme brulees so fast?
Yeah, no, the math does not add up at all, and she also is making a note to investigate into that dino's eggs, because there's no way those should have still been good.
I mean, they're delicious still.
I mean, yes, they were delicious. She ate several, but that doesn't mean it makes sense.
It does not need to make sense, it simply is. Embrace chaos!
No, wrong timeline.
Chaos, chaos. So all the Rams start leaving the room, and Jericho, you are finally free from your admittedly very adorable prison.
And Stretch get up, fill himself a pint glass of water, and just chug it. Ah.
What
Well,
was the outcome for the voting on REM services?
It
that went
was
favorably.
that's
remember
actually one of the
correctly.
many roles I did in the background. That was a good. That was a 20 to 2 vote for.
Oh, okay, dang.
Yeah. So yeah.
That'll look very good on Lywell's quarterly report.
Oh, of course, it's gonna be on a quarterly report.
It is a business.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, so you are. Ooh, okay. So
like Lywell's full title is Lady Captain Manager Lywell Onk.
Lady Captain Manager.
So she managed cap.
That has a lot of titles.
Yes, because we decided that the WEM will overlap them all like that.
Very adorable. Yeah. But so as you all are, so Tyrell, you managed to get all the Rem onto their shuttles, and Jericho, as you are waking up and finding that things were as well as you remember before you decided to drink half the night away. What would you guys like to do next?
I believe there was archaeology to be found.
That is indeed true.
So, yes, next on the itinerary, let's see. Lyrel would start scrolling through her HUD as she looks through things. Let's see. Reinforce security measures around Jericho's quarters. Done. Invent anti-dragon teleportation shielding. Not done.
Anti-dragon teleportation.
Jericho's just gonna
Uh,
lean over there. I'll say, well, please do not try and contain my dragon.
Figure out how dinosaur eggs were still good. Not done. I don't know what any of these ones are. Wait, here we go. There was mention of old Archaeotech at a conference meeting? That's odd. I don't remember this. Oh, wait, there's a note here saying I was drunk.
Yes. Yes, you were.
Oh, that's probably why I don't understand any of the notes around it either. Something about Omni Hook guard stations? And this one, Jericho, did you insult my entire family 15 different manners?
Not that I'm aware.
We'll just delete that then. Must have been some sort of drunken delusion.
I mean, it could be that my auto translator for REM speak is not quite.
Lyra looks up at
Not
Jericho.
quite dialed
Well,
in
I mean,
yet.
you're crude and you're a pervert, but you're not rude.
Ah, hey! I quite deliberately choose when to be crass, thank you.
Purposefully crude and perverted.
Jericho just grits his teeth. You know what? I'm not going to start on that. We had a good day yesterday. Let us keep that rolling.
God, why do I have a headache? What the fuck do they put in that purn alcohol?
They definitely brew the good shit over here. I'm gonna need more water.
Lywell just hands him a mug.
Thank you. Now then, let's have a look. You mentioned Archaeotech.
Yeah, there's some notes that the leaders of Big Borg Place over Sandcastle mentioned Archaeotech.
Oh, let's go dig it up then. I mean, all the important business here has been attended to.
Lywell nods. We just need to wait a second. Vera's not here. They can't tell me I'm not allowed to do scrap and salvage.
No, I'm here to tell you not to do scrap and salvage.
Lywell
That
looks up to. Her eyes are doing the Tiwi thing.
Let me finish. Because currently, I think scrap and salvage sounds like a great idea.
She beams in joy.
Like roll for but a millisecond.
I just like,
Yeah.
It's like I'm the one who's here to tell you that. That being said, right now I'm not telling you that.
Adorable.
Lywell very happily ducks into a closet, comes back out dressed in her Power Ranger gear.
By the power of the moon, I vanquish you! I don't know. But yeah, definitely you come
No,
in.
you have not actually encountered any of that department of Rem.
That's gonna be fun when we do.
Sailor Moon Ram. Oh god, that sounds so weird.
Well, you see, the only way you're actually going to encounter any religious acolytes of the Rem kind is to go to their homeworld or one of their main stations.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I
Like-
figured.
Normal priests dress in like robes and stuff, which is boring. Rem priests do mini skirts and go-go boots.
Mini skirts and go-go. I was not expecting that.
Is that not what Sailor Moon wears?
I mean,
You're not wrong, but
yeah, you're. Well, I mean, one of them wears just basic high heels.
Yes, Venus. The orange one.
I
No, I'm looking at the red one. The orange one also has high heels, though. Now that I'm
Oh,
looking.
Slayer.
Well, yes, Mars does too.
Two of them are in knee-high boots.
Oh,
And
Slayer.
one of them, I think, is in heeled combat boots.
Wait, are you looking at Crystal?
Maybe, I don't know.
Slayer. Have you had a chance to see the V Rising update thing?
Oh, there's an update thing?
Yeah, there's a dev update. They're gonna be adding a new
Neat.
enemy type. They're gonna add a succubus that turns your friends against you for temporarily.
Oh, no, I'm doomed. I am doomed.
Like charming vampires, turnabout is fair play. Yeah, this is a bit, like, I think just looking at it because the design for them are actually really cool.
Wait, are those new Architect?
What are you looking at?
I'm looking at their streaming, now broadcasting Watch the Community Play.
Oh, it's probably some streamers.
I don't know, but that fancy doorway looks different.
Hold on.
Oh, they've left their castle. Anyways.
Exterior. Universal.
Yes. Lywell would head over to the ship and tell the captain to head to Castle del Sand.
The Rem pilot just. Yes, miss. As
Lywell would lightly scold the Rem for falling asleep on duty.
to be fair, ma'am, you were gone for like a day.
Then you should have swapped out with the replacement before you went and napped. Where's your co-pilot?
Actually, yeah, where are they? Then just what? Another Rem falls out from like a hidden little bunk in the ceiling. Oh, that's where they were.
Lywell scolds both of them. Then neither one of them's gonna get dessert tonight.
Yeah. Yeah. Why? You were gone for a long time, so we decided to take a nap.
When on duty, one pilot is to be available at all times.
Yeah, that is true. very sad REM noises. Yeah, okay. They will just nod and just very sadly go out. Get into their positions and start piloting the ship.
Will also feels bad as she's sitting back in the cargo area with Jericho. It's pudding night, and pudding's their favorite, but I have to maintain discipline as captain.
I mean, you could think of a different way to punish them.
The trip is fairly quiet as the REM are just pouting softly as they are heading over, as they are being taken to the as you both are taken over to the southern continent. Da, 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 da. To specifically Castle of the Sand.
How is Castle Del Sand's construction going?
It is very much well underway, and it is very impressive. As the workers that the REM have hired are working extra hard to make sure that it is up to the standards that they are being paid to work with.
Jericho spending most of the trip eyes closed as he's just chatting back and forth with Nikki on the ship.
the well, you're greeted by the REM who is currently in charge of the area, and just goes, "Miss, it's good to see you."
Well nods. Construction looks like it's well underway.
Wait, what?
The construction looks like it's well underway.
Ah, yes. Yeah, it is. It's very impressive so far what we've been able to do. We're really excited to for initializing the final stages of construction soon. Though it's probably still going to be a bit.
Mm-hmm.
But no matter. We'll be getting to work and we'll try to get it done as fast as possible. How was your mission, miss?
It was very successful.
That's so good to hear. Though though there has been one thing. We have gotten a complaint from a guild from the local burg.
Looks the one up in the mountains?
Yeah. That we've apparently been taking people that apparently taking too many people for our project.
I mean, if they're
We
not
haven't
paying
been taking
competitive
anybody,
wage-
have we?
No, we've just been hiring people.
Huh.
And how much have you been paying them?
Regular day walkers, Lywell pulls up, sifts through some records. Jericho, you had said 20 gold an hour, so that's been their going rate for the past few weeks. And then for skilled laborers of carpenters and masons, smithies, we needed a lot of those. Oh, and then we needed some chefs, and then we had to hire a couple more carpenters to put up more houses, and then we needed some roofers. And but anyways, the skilled trades were 40 gold an hour.
Jericho's left eye just flickers green for a few seconds. Ah, I think I see what's going on here. We're paying them more than the other places.
I will pulls up some graphs. Based off the amount of local profits made off the excess sales from Blue Gem Mountain, this is well within budget.
Well within our budget.
Like, well, and the other
Is
women
it
she's
a-
with just kind of tilt their head.
Is it bad that we're
Okay.
paying them a lot? They do good work.
Well, they do good work, and they definitely deserve to be paid their due. I'm not saying anything against that. However, let's say you have two jobs offered to you. One pays 20 gold an hour, and the other pays 10, maybe 12 gold an hour. Which one are you likely to take?
Well, the 20 gold one.
Well,
Exactly.
actually, the two women would look at each other and would look at, and then Lyra would look at Jericho and be like, "Well, which job needs doing more?"
That's not the deciding factor for what work you're going to take. I mean, you might have that luxury. These people don't.
The two women tilt their head the other way.
But isn't that
Of
how
course,
work
you
is
people.
done? What needs to be done more is done first.
No, not in this society. Whatever pays more is what you people are more happy to do because it means they have then got the income to provide for their families more. So if someone offers twice as much as someone else, people are going to gravitate to doing that job because it provides better.
Oh? Well, why wouldn't they have normal income?
This planet is not exactly post scarcity yet. They don't realize that they haven't realized yet that they don't need to be motivated by money.
Just
Well, obviously, money's important because you need to be able to feed your family. But
Exactly, and if
if one job's paying 12 and the other job's paying 20, is 12 not enough?
I mean, let's say a fish costs 2 gold. Which job lets you buy more fish?
the 21.
Exactly, and that means you can feed your family how much longer?
But
So which provides more benefit to you and your family?
well, the 20 gold would allow you to buy more fish, but do you need that many fish?
Well, let's say you go through 12 fish a month. While
Tyrell's
one makes
nodding.
enough.
I see.
Exactly. Basically, you're paying more than the other place, so people would
It
rather
was
work
your
with you.
recommendation.
I might have been a bit short-sighted of me.
Well, pulse up. The first person, there's a note tagged to it. The first person we hired, Jonathan Pendragon, he said he would have been happy to take the job for 1 golden hour.
Oh boy, I overestimated it by that much. I mean, it's within our budget, but obviously we are vastly out competing.
Is that
No,
bad?
well, no, the WIM understand. The WIM understand that concept. The issue with the WIM economy is, well, as I've explained it before, the WIM aren't motivated by money.
Hmm. Well, it has its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage being your place will be built first. The disadvantage is that this other place is going to be a little resentful.
Oh no! There's going to be a whole spew of economic fallout from this.
The people of Pern and the Rem working on building a castle in the sand.
I mean, this is definitely one of the cases where Jericho is not making a planned financial decision.
I know. I'm just saying,
Unlike-
inflation is going to be a disaster.
Probably. Like Jericho, expertly manipulating the space market, lands on this planet, casually destroys the economy.
Entirely out of good intent.
Congratulations, you no longer need an economy. We shall fix your economy by destroying it.
I would say it's not necessarily good intent, but more a little bit of carelessness.
Okay, carelessness on Jericho's part, good intent on Lywell's part. They are speed paving that road to hell.
You're not wrong.
They're Tokyo drifting their way into hell.
Tokyo Drift to hell.
You heard the highway to hell. Wait until you hear the Tokyo, until you hear the drift to hell. I saw my
Have
opportunity.
you
I had to
seen
take it.
Hermitcraft Tokyo Drifting, Mumbo Jumbo?
No. I'm concerned.
So Mumbo got this artist to make a special music for him because he wanted to go drifting. And he has no idea what the lyrics are. Oh, 1 second. I think I found the video. Here we go. Here we go. Mumbo got a professional artist to make this.
Oh god. Why am I not surprised that Mumbo Jumbo did this?
He says he apologizes if the lyrics are actually horribly offensive. He doesn't know Japanese and was too lazy to try and translate.
I have thusly summed up our current situation. Please see memes.
Oh no. Suitable economy. Hell, the Lancer Party.
Yep. This has happened everywhere we've gone.
To be fair, both of you are from like post-scarcity.
Oh, no, the Wham are not
civilization.
from a post-scarcity. The Wham are from a civilization that isn't motivated by money, so they make things work off very small budgets. Thus, to them, money's not as important.
Jericho comes from a
Lancer,
post-scarcity
the complete
society.
other end, have an overabundance of everything, and thus economy isn't important.
Yeah, like Jericho, he's from a post-scarcity society. So to him, it's just like, okay, just give them what they need. They just pay them what they're due. I don't care. Unknowingly, he has corrupted the local economy. The worst part is the REM are probably just printing the credits. Unknowing.
Oh no, actually, yes. No, that would be what they'd be doing. They would just be taking the metal and that platinum slip Lywell gave the chef is something they just minted from the platinum they mined at Blue Gem Mountain.
They already have the coins that the locals use, which are basically just like credits from Star Wars. So they could literally just make a bunch of molds and just make money. Unknowingly, the REM are creating hyperinflation.
Okay, look, there's a reason why the REM financial manager is already has heart conditions at the age of 26.
REM be like.
Look, they're good at a lot of things. Economics is not one of them. They're either in the red, or they're unintentionally breaking the law.
Jericho will probably help teach them a little bit of economics to help improve.
No. It's not that they don't know economics. I'm trying to think of the good way to put it. Basically, the REM do not see themselves as colonizing or setting up. They see themselves as landing here, getting the resources they need, then leaving, and so they're not thinking long or even really short term.
They're just legitimately thinking, hey, we're here, we're gonna do stuff. It might as well pay the locals that are
basically
helping
the
us.
mindset is we're going to be here very briefly. Whatever actions we take won't be large enough to actually have any effect, and will just naturally resolve as soon as we've left. Not realizing that they're actually setting up for the long haul.
Jericho has a little more permanence than that, at least. But also, he
Remember,
is
as
now
soon as
thinking
Lywell
about,
was
how
explained
do
that
I
she's being a
balance
colonizer, she got absolutely wasted and blackout drunk.
That is true.
Meanwhile, the other actually no wait, there's one other thing. When Jericho messed up the stock market and Lywell was freaking out, he told Lywell, don't worry about it. When Union comes in, Union's gonna fix all the economy stuff anyway, so it doesn't matter. But anyways, yes, episode 3 of Hyperlanto Inflation.
Jericho already figuring out a few plans to help curb some of this. And I do say just curb. There's no way to completely fix this.
Lywell would explain, we offered to pay them 20 gold an hour. We can't just pay them less. It's in their contract.
Obviously, but we need to be able to help the opposition, or not the opposition. We now need to make sure that we can help the competition compete. What we need to do is figure out a way to allow them to offer pay on equal footing.
Yeah.
There was
So,
archaeotech around, yes?
The REM are one of the predominant forces in repair and maintenance work in the galaxy because we kinda undercut all the competitors, so now only local sector businesses were able to continue going.
Good boy. This is an oh.
It worked really great for us, but I'm not qualified for this type of financial situation.
Just let me. And Jericho's eyes just slowly flash various colors as he's just like just turbo juicing his internal processors.
Meanwhile, Lywell's getting with a bunch of her advisors on the Blink Com, and the other one with Lywell's putting up various charts and trying to figure out a solution to this problem.
Alright, so Lyra, you said that there was Archaeotech around here, yes?
Yes.
Where specifically? Would it be within the
It's
jurisdiction?
not said.
I see. Well,
The Borg commander should know, and they're back at the banquet hall.
I see. Well, that provides us a means of offering at least enough wealth to be able to temporarily allow them to compete. If we were to make them an offer to buy salvaging rights, then that way we can pay them a little bit.
Lywell suddenly winces repeatedly as her tail shudder.
What?
She presses a button. The financial head's yelling at me.
Over what?
Lywell puts it to loudspeaker. An entire planet's economy! Are you kidding me? Can you cats not stay out of trouble for 5 goddamn minutes?
Yeah, I'm probably more the one you should be yelling at for that one.
If I catch you, I'm going to skin you alive! Do you understand me?
Ma'am? I fucking dare you to try.
Lywell mutes the line as she looks up at Jericho and be like, I don't think that's helping.
No. I would put them on mute, let them simmer down for a bit, then try and talk to them more rationally.
I was trained to manage my fleet's finances. This is beyond my pay grade.
Honestly, I don't think there is a pay grade for this.
No, there is.
think
It's called the cabinet head of finances.
Either way, if we decide to use that leverage in purchasing salvage rights, we can at least allow them to compete with wages at least temporarily.
Lywell
Hopefully that'll
nods.
last long enough to get
Okay.
construction finished.
The head of
There's still going to be-
finances says that what we need to do is implement basically quotas and explain to the current workers that their current pay was an upfront commission, and for the next quarter there will be a reduction, and that we need to slowly reduce the payments over the quarters, and that they will be unhappy, but they should accept it because it's still higher than the norm.
That being said, the bottom line is going to come up from this influx. So while we need to reduce, we don't want to reduce it by too much. Yes, that'll help. We combine that with making sure that their competitors are also are also on equal footing for competitive wages, then we should at least fix the immediate problem. So at least in terms of a plan, we have damage control, although figuring things out long term, this is not something that we're specialists at. Either of us. We're lancers, not accountants.
Lywell nods. The head of finances finally stopped yelling. Her coffee cup ran out.
Thank her for small mercies, I suppose.
The Rem he's just been standing there just goes, okay, yeah. We'll figure that all out slowly. As she's just like very, very, very confused and worried looking, having heard the outburst from the financial advisor.
Hmm.
Um, we'll we'll uh we'll figure that out, and we can tell him with the next mealtime.
So, yes, as they seek as that issue is being resolved by more competent people. Uh, yes, Archaeotech, the location of which would be known by the
Oh yeah, you would
whale commanders or whatever.
you actually know this because you were given a bit of a map about some locations. If you will look to the bottom of the map, the red X's.
Oh, okay. Well, then let us go.
All right.
Flip a coin. Which one first?
Well, obviously the one straight down is closest.
Can't argue with that logic.
Some of the Rem just nod and pull out a Doom buggy for you two.
How close
The
the driver's
fuck? When did they make a dune buggy?
We were really bored.
With Jericho hopping in the driver's seat. All right, hop in, Liddell.
We were really bored, so we made one.
Wait. It just looks so nonplussed as she climbs in.
At first, she's very confused, and she's like, "No, that's a no, that makes sense."
It really, really doesn't.
We were bored, so we made a fucking dune buggy. It's a Remancer.
It is.
So, so you guys are.
No. See, the Rem would have made an ATV.
Yeah. Well, let's have you guys have an ATV. You guys are given an ATV until that. Don't have to worry about fuel. We put a one of those fusion things in it. She says, holding up a fusion core.
That seems like overkill. Let's put it through its paces.
Well nods as she just revs hers up all the way.
Jericho's just literally taking off and using it to drift over the dunes. It's kicking up large sprays of sand.
Wait, I thought it was cold down here on this chunk. No, you said it was permanently fall. What region is this?
Wait, what?
You said this area we're in is kind of permanently in fall.
Oh no! Right now it is. Right now the season is fall. Like on the planet, it's it's in its equivalent of fall right now.
Oh, okay. So
You guys start doing your ATV off roading for Mumbo Jumbo. And begin just you guys just begin just moving through through the wooded areas and through nice open fields and having a lot of fun as you guys are traveling down towards the salvaging sites. Do you guys plan on making any stops along the way?
Probably not. I mean, they might stop and
Unless-
have a picnic.
No, Lywell's good at the moment. The Lamb don't eat terribly much.
It's true. When financial advice is literally God.
No, but there were times where she wishes she could strangle him for allowing this sort of stuff to happen.
Take this, will protect you on your journey. The Tog 2, aka one of the dumbest tanks ever made, but it's adorable.
Hot dog.
Butter dog,
It's
dog
a
on the
cat-
butter.
It's a caterpillar. So, yes, the two Lancers going on their ATVs over the dunes.
Yep. You guys enjoyed the nice ATV adventure. And after a while, you guys settle down at the after, but you guys are able to make it to the site, and you find what looks to be some ruins of what once was a city. One moment.
Oh.
I think you crashed. You got a nat 1.
Yeah, Jericho. You're trying to do like a cool pullover maneuver at the edge of the city to give like a raise up goggles and just look over this ruined this ruined settlement. But you just fucking tip over and crash down the hill.
No, I was
I'm
rolling
gonna
for style
attempt to
point.
do something. He crashed
it's like-
down the hill.
Every 10 he makes is how many flips he pulls off.
Sure.
So for this, because he got 7, his best trick is just a single backflip.
No. You got a nat 1, okay? You failed.
Yeah, you did get a nat 1, so you do just fucking roll down the hill with the ATV on you. There is no fighting this. The ATV has claimed your soul.
Doc TV.
Here's the thing though.
Oh?
Metal Bloom. I can't roll anything less than a 10.
What's that ability?
For the rest of the scene, you cannot roll less than a 10 on any skill checks involving the use or understanding of technology.
But you're not. You're trying to do like a triple backflip off an ATV.
An ATV is technology.
It,
And doing a backflip is using it.
I feel like you would have need to claim that fast.
Yeah. If you cleaned that beforehand, okay. But for this, no.
That was literally what I was rolling for. It's like, okay, I can't.
If you had
So,
cleaned
like,
it
you
beforehand,
can-
sure. But.
So the idea is that it's like I roll above a 10, I get to do a double backflip. I roll above a 20, I get to do a triple backflip. But I didn't. So my
Okay,
best
you're
result
able
is
to
10,
you're able to
which means a
jump
single
off of
backflip.
it, but as soon as you land, you start rolling down a hill.
Oh yeah, no, I've got to. Oh yeah, no, my next trick I have to bail out.
You just kind of jump and roll, no wheel flip.
Anyways,
So,
before we get
seeing
stuck on this for
Jericho
the next
rolling
hour,
down the hill, Lywell's gonna try and do something. So, there's a hill, and then there's the destination. Right?
yeah,
Well, then, Lywell is going to attempt to push her ATV beyond its limits to leap over the space and land at the destination before Jericho gets there.
I mean, that's pretty possible.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can do that.
Just push this thing into 1 gear higher than it has.
To go even further beyond.
Now you just gotta say the correct word to unlock the secret gear.
Vroom!
You need
No.
drink 5 5-hour energies and enter the forbidden hour.
No, you gotta look at the camera and say family.
Nya nya!
As you engage the hidden gear, Metal Gear.
Although I don't actually think that would work, like, most all Lywell's family's dead.
Well, then she can't unlock the forbidden gear.
I mean, she does have... Well, no, she has 2 older siblings, and...
She
no,
can't
actually, no,
unlock
wait.
the forbidden gear.
Her 2 older siblings would have... Well, no, they wouldn't be dead from old age. They'd just be in retirement. She has some, like, grandnieces and nephews.
She also does have her other siblings who are out in the multiverse.
Yeah, but she doesn't know about those, so I'm not sure it counts.
Eventually, I will actually have a session where the multiverse siblings appear, I swear.
Oh, no!
It will happen.
Oh, no! Honestly, that's just a TPK waiting to happen. Layla just pulls out forced nuclear fusion on a dime, and Lyra big axe energies everything, and now she's a member of a death cult.
Lyra's girlfriend just sitting over there, just like, please stop trying to kill your sister. Please stop.
Yes, so Lyra lands in front and looks down at Jericho.
Yep. As Jericho, you're currently on the floor, just looking up, just like,
Oh, yeah, it's just kind of sitting there. So,
how the fuck could this have happened to me? Well, shit, how the fuck could this have happened to me?
Lyra will get off her ATV and offer a hand to Jericho.
Jericho's mostly just getting up and dusting himself off.
But so you guys are so after you guys get up and Jericho has finally got over his stupor of having been shown up. Well, you guys start to head down towards the ruined city. To say that it is merely ruins is an understatement, in all honesty. Lyrell, you have seen some old and long lost places before, but this truly takes the cake in your mind.
Yeah, most of also in space, so they're not really overgrown or anything.
Yeah. This is overgrown and, as you've imagined, abandoned for a few thousand years.
Oh.
The buildings are well constructed, you can attest to, but it's still just surprising how long these places have been abandoned. There are signs of others having been there recently. Some equipment left behind from those who had to leave suddenly, or just some campsites that have clearly been used before.
Lywell would pull out her scanner and start scanning things along with Orby.
Alright. Walking through, you find that a lot of technology has either not survived or has been degraded too much to even be able to be studied in any real ability. Though there is clear evidence that some data places have survived, it's highly unlikely that they still contain even a fragment of their old data.
Well, you know what that means.
What? So, Jericho, you start looking through all this information. You start looking through all this stuff. It's actually you start looking through all this stuff, piecing together what you can through with damaged circuits and wiring, old systems, stuff that's so to you archaic. It's surprising that it was even used at one point. But eventually, you get stuff working with you actually able to get a monitor and a what looks to be an old computer working.
Alright. Let's see what secrets this old place has.
While Jericho's doing that, Lywell is going to try and find the basement.
All right. All right. So Jericho, you start looking through this thing after figuring out how to get the hard drive working again without reformatting it, as well. You want the information that's on it. Why the fuck did someone send me someone cutting bread with a fucking belt fucking cutter? What the fuck? I
When you really, really want a sandwich.
Okay, that was that okay. Okay. so for so Lyrel, you start look so Lyrel, you start looking around. And eventually you're able to find a basement in one of these buildings. It is dark and damp. The walls starting have already having cracking and spalling all over them. Clear signs that they have that clear signs of course maintenance never having been done in you can only guess how long. But as you're looking around, there is a movement in the corner of your eyes almost. Do you look to see what it is?
Of course, Lywell's looking around, investigating.
You look around and you find a part of the wall that has collapsed, revealing dirt beyond it. And coming from it looks to be some sort of big white worm.
A worm?
That's the best that you could describe it as, is some sort of worm, but it's massive.
Thread.
Almost like thread, but just seems to just be waiting there.
I'm gonna hold up my scanner and scan it. I scanned the thread, so if it is, it should match.
You scan it and it gives inconclusive results, saying that thread there is thread DNA in it, but it isn't thread.
Lywell taps her comms. Uh, Commander, there's unidentified wiggly object.
What color is it?
Um, kind of like eggshell, maybe clam.
Those come in lots of different colors.
Well, I mean, it's not so much a pickled; it's more of a ruffled clam.
Is it white?
Well, no, it's more of a ruffled clam.
If it's thread, we burn it.
Well, it isn't not, but it also isn't.
Proto thread? The what?
I'm sending you the scan now.
Please do.
Lyra will send a data transfer.
Yeah, you send over the data transfer, and Jericho, you get you get the scan, and there is signs of thread DNA, but it doesn't look like any kind of thread that you've ever seen studied before.
He'll query the computers about it.
You start looking through the computer, Jericho, and after a bit, after looking through different files, different hard drives, after about after about like 20 minutes, you're able to finally get a response as as it is called false thread. A genetic
Okay.
creation first attempts to try to fight the thread by creating something that would only attack it. It was an attempt to try to fight the thread when it made landfall, but tests were inconclusive enough that it was deemed a failure.
But is that thing still alive?
It does show vital signs.
Gonna query how dangerous this is.
It is only dangerous to thread. It has never been seen to attack a human.
Well, it doesn't seem to be dangerous. Not that we have much use for it either. Suppose we can leave it undisturbed at least. Is there anything else down there?
That's. I'm still. Yeah. I'm still looking.
Alright, well if you see anything else, let me know. I've at least got information out of the computer here.
All right.
Lyra nods. Not
Lyra,
that Jericho can tell.
I'd like you to give me a kind of searching test.
Let's see if I have any skills that correlate to that. Scrap and salvage, I think, maybe?
Sure.
Not really.
Yeah. Yeah, not
I mean,
really.
that's what we're here for, so...
Sure, let's use
I
that.
know, but that's more of when I've found the thing, not to find it.
Hmm...
I'll just do a grit check.
Sure. Nice.
Very good enough.
Alright. So, Lyrel, you are searching around inside this basement, and eventually you come across an old data pad. Picking it up and giving it some juice, you find that it actually still works. And on it are some blueprints. Blueprints that you've never seen before.
I mean, it'd be pretty surprising if they had seen them before.
Yeah, I would have been very amazed if I had recognized these blueprints.
Well, as a you reckon the thing is that these blueprints are in a style that is very rarely used. In fact, you've only ever seen blueprints like this once when studying very old HUS design philosophy.
Oh.
Like early days of the HUS.
Ah.
Could you give me a scrap or salvage to try to figure out the blueprints for what they could be for?
Wouldn't that be more of a hack or fix, given it's related to technology?
Yeah, that actually works better. Yeah, hack or fix works.
Sorry!
Gee, okay! Okay. Lyrel, you know that you look through this and you realize that this is a design for a design for what was at the time known okay. You realize as you look at this more and more that this was an HUS version of a design of Yavin technology.
Oh.
Specifically, of what was known, specifically, as you're looking over the design specs and everything, of an HUS, of a Yavin, an AI Yavin battleship. They were trying to recreate the designs that they had found for it into ones that they could actually understand.
Is there
Designs,
an existing copy of the original designs?
yes.
Uh,
As you're looking through all the details, you realize there's the original copies of the designs.
Jericho, I imagine that since that you have, I mean, you're the team leader, so you'd probably have some readout of the member conditions.
Did you find something, Larell?
You'd see that Lywell's heart rate just skyrockets.
Something happening down there.
Um, how much Dora Steel do we have in store?
You asking me the
Hmm.
DM?
No, she's asking Jericho.
Ah, okay.
From what I know, a fair amount.
What class of ship?
One moment. Lyrell, you looking over this design, you realize that this is a carrier battleship class.
Oh, so it's a big honker.
Very big.
No, probably not. Well, actually, maybe even as big as the Velociraptor, given it's a
One
Yavin
of-
design.
One of this model.
What of what?
I specifically posted it in chat. One of
That's a carrier? That doesn't look at all like a carrier.
Actually, no, wait, no, it's this one. Hold on. I posted the wrong one.
I was about to say, that looks more like a heavy gunship.
Here we go. Here's the carrier.
Oh, yes, that looks like a carrier.
Holy shit! Why the fuck is this image so small? Hold on, I could get better.
I know,
ones.
it's super small and pixelated. It's like a little tiny, Space Invader shooter.
Yeah. Hold on. I swear I can get a better. I can get a better image. If need be, I will boot up the game so I can do that. Fuck me. Hold on. I have. Okay, I found a no, this is even a better version. Okay. This one better? Okay, that one's a bit better. But yeah. That better for you?
I mean, yeah, it's much clearer now. And I will say that, yes, that looks much more like a carrier.
Yeah. Apologies. I actually used the wrong ship classification,
So-
unfortunately. Anyways.
Lyrell always back up the comm. Jericho, you own a megacorp that deals in arms, right? Do you perhaps does Union buy them?
I mean, probably.
How much would a, hypothetically, a vessel of comparable military equivalency to Heaven's Gate be worth?
I dare not fathom. It would cost a pretty penny for sure. I mean, if someone discovered something like that, they could make quite the payday, I would imagine.
Uh-huh.
I assume that means you found something and are wanting to sell it?
Uh, you hear the ever classic breaking up signal. Tunnel, underground, please hold.
I'll take that as a yes.
Lyrel, as you're looking over these designs as you're talking, you see that it was known that the translations, early translations, referred to it as a brilliant class, ba- brilliant, a brilliant class, uh, carrier battleship.
One second. Lyrel is going to, set up her Omni Hook to patch through to the Velociraptor, to patch through the blink comms to the Rem homeworld, and I'm going to roll the d20 to see if she can get a comm line to the Queen. Communication, message header, potential solution to financial problems.
All right,
What
give me the
bonus do I get to add to this?
Uh, I'd say go for a 20 plus 20. Uh,
I did an equal, not plus.
yeah.
My mistake.
Okay, actually, we can use that. So give me a D100, but equal to 60.
So plus 20 equal to 60?
No. D100 equals 60. Slash D100 equals 60. So, okay. This is more for visualizing myself. Get a few degrees of success. All right. You're able to get a message back stating that you're able to get a message back stating that basically requesting what do you mean end of financial worries, and why did he send us a battleship?
Well, no. Lyrel hasn't sent the plans. That's just the message she sent as a request.
What a message is that message I sent back is what have you found that could lead to that?
Lyrel's sweating as she's trying to figure out what to type onto the keyboard. Uh, Eventually she'd type in, Yavin capital ship schematics 100% integrity. Send.
There is a long moment, and in that time, Jericho, do you try to find Lyrel after she hasn't made another response?
You'll notice her heart rate is still going up.
Jericho just patiently waits for her to recall. His line is still connected. She's only put him on hold.
This is true. He's muted on hold, but the line's still there.
All right. The message that returns is confirmation of truly intact battleship designs.
Lyrel looks at the data pad, sees it has some weird USB 2367D20 import, and she's like, "What the fuck?"
It's some
She takes
old HUS tech.
She takes a moment, looks at her OmniJack, looks down at it, sighs as she gets out her toolkit. 1 second.
Unfortunately, she
I
does
need
not have
to-
a relic.
That enough to splice something together to plug into this.
Yes, you're able to splice a jury rig something together that allows you to send what is on the data pad to the queen.
I will just wait. Just sits there waiting as the upload thing slowly spins this as this data pad sends the data. And she's like, "Why couldn't they figure out how to compress files?"
Oh god, Jericho. Guardy just sent me this. Crunches on brick. Easy go. Oh, that fills me with dread. So you take that. So after about half an hour of waiting, the data is sent through, and after that, you have received a message. Plans received. We'll conduct a meeting to begin. We'll conduct a meeting in near future to hash out plans.
Now, since this is a full carrier, I'm presuming that, not necessarily, but I'm presuming it would have some plans for some of the smaller fighters that would go with the carrier.
There are some, but most of them are either incomplete or fragmented.
Huh.
It seems like they were able to at least salvage the carrier itself. But something that she would know as she's looking over the original designs is that it is so that there is parts that are dedicated to life support and such, but for the most part, there doesn't really seem to be a lot of crew involved in running this ship.
Well, no, it's an AI battleship.
Yeah. So it seems like it does
but-
have the capability of having some crew. Most of the time, it appears that it just only needs an AI to run it.
Lywell would then open a line to Jadul and send this copy to her as well. Jadul, you said the Yavin network was coming back online?
Indeed, it is slowly coming back online.
I found these plans. See if you can't find the missing components or suitable ways to fill out the missing areas for the smaller fighter crafts.
Of course, Miss. Of course, Miss Lyrell. May I ask
So
why?
you realize that Jericho might be able to just check the computer for the fighter craft.
Yep. Jericho's next on the list of people. I'm just going in order.
Mm-hmm.
May I ask why, Miss Lyrell? This appears to be a brilliant class carrier.
It's too big to build, but the smaller fighters might be manageable.
I see. I'll see what I can be able to dig up within the network. See if some of the military AIs can help. If they are still around.
Lywell would nod, and after that, take a deep breath before the J-pop waiting music finally ends, and Lywell picks back up the
Oh
line.
god, J-pop!
I found some schematics.
I had gathered.
And I made some calls and some plans are in motion. But
Mhm.
this could work out really well in everyone's favor.
I am anticipating, so yes.
Um, what what is this?
I don't know. It it looks like a mecha, but it. I typed in Star Sector, and this is what type came up. I don't know.
Hmm.
Some of I found the schematics for a fully intact Yavin AI capital carrier ship.
Hmm. Interesting.
By these numbers, it should be its military power at least should be equivalent to the Heaven's Gate.
That's that'd be
It's
pretty frightening.
it doesn't have the same production capacity or crew storage. In fact, it seems it's designed to be mostly unmanned.
I mean, the Yavin seem to specialize in that.
I've sent a full copy to the Queen, and she's currently deciding on how to proceed. But if we could sell this to Union, then that could alleviate some of the financial strain of my people and supplement the Union forces.
I mean, better yet, you could sell the designs to Hellfire.
Jericho, Hellfire's kind of going bankrupt.
She's got you there.
You've put a hiatus on every single shipment.
He has enacted the act of God clause.
Yes, the active cause clause.
You
I mean,
realize there is a difference.
when you literally have an act of God happen, it's kind of hard not to have it happen.
You realize that our company isn't going bankrupt, but rather is suffering from a lack of means of production due to an act of God. It's not that
Yes,
any
and
business.
typically lack of means production is the number one cause of large company bankruptcy. Where, oh yeah, they have product they could sell if they produce it, but they can't produce it, so they can't sell it.
They've already got contracts to produce it, though. They just need to get back onto the producing of it. It is
Yes.
delayment of shipments, not a cancellation of shipments.
Yeah, but that does mean that Hellfire really has no money.
One of my favorite Star Sector mods.
But yes, that is the that is what Lywell has told Jericho.
What is Jericho's rebuttal?
I'm sure because she's like, yeah, you could definitely. Wait,
They finally settle in that Jericho just got called broke.
like, Jericho understands what she's saying. However, it's not that Jericho is broke.
He has potential money, but no way to actually realize his assets.
Yes.
I mean, it's not like the Rim have the resources or the budget to produce these ships on their own.
No, nor the intention to. It's a warship. But with the tech, they could sell it. Well, they could sell the plans of it.
To be fair, they did make the Starship Velociraptor.
Yes,
Yep,
at a very slow rate.
That is true.
And the production of the Starship Velociraptor pretty much took up the most of their storage, their buildups of supply.
Ah, yeah.
And the idea was after the initial auction sale, other people would start ordering it, and then they get multiple orders coming in, and people would pay in advance, and they'd use that to finance the production of more, and it'd be a whole industry they would kick off like that. Unfortunately, then War came in and ate two of their Outer Wings, and a whole lot of stuff, and the death games and all that, and it really tanked their economy massively.
Oh, yeah. It really hurt their financials. So as you guys are discussing this, Lyrell, you are just still looking at the plans in your hands and just going and remembering that. Wait a minute, Jericho is just repairing one of those computers. Maybe they have some information. Oh shit.
Mm.
I'm sorry to hear that, Slaya. So Jericho, Lyrell comes back, and you actually get a chance to look at the data pad yourself.
Jericho would input into the computer to query for related designs.
After searching through multiple different hard drives and swearing that the machine was trying to screw you over, you eventually do come up with a data file known as Project Resurrection. With permission only for a single scene.
We're still in that scene.
Yeah, you guys still are in the scene. Like, this is a scene, so. So you're looking. So you swear that the machine was trying to screw you over at least 2 times.
At least.
But after a while, you're finally able to get it to work properly, and you're able to finally track down the design details, and you find out that the designs were being studied as a part of something called Project Resurrection. Looking into
That's
more.
an interesting one.
What do you say?
That'll be interesting.
Looking through the details of Project Resurrection, was an attempt to try and reverse engineer Yavin technology for HUS use. One of the main objectives, primarily related to the studying that was done here on Pern, was that design documents that have been secured or have been given via other AIs are to be studied as closely as possible, and attempts to either recreate the designs for HUS use or figure out how to make them work are found. Clearly, the project never got too far, or got to a decent amount.
Mhm.
As you look through the data pad, you do find the kind of redone designs in hopes of trying to recreate the project, recreate what you have found.
It's all still moderately useful.
Indeed. Looking through more details and trying to pinpoint more stuff that could be useful in this kind of project. Eventually, you're able to find a single piece that was you're able to find some more information that was inputted quite a long time ago by this perspective, but appears to be one of the last entries about how they have been able to make major breakthroughs thanks to an AI that they have gotten in contact with, though they are unsure if the connection that they've been able to make will hold for long.
Mm-hmm. Any references to the names of this AI?
Simply referred to as the Forge Master.
Oh boy.
The AI that is referred to here simply went under the moniker the Forge Master. But that appears to be one of the last entries on any of the hard drives that you've been able to salvage.
Doesn't lead much of anywhere, does it?
If you want, you can give me another hack or fix to try and salvage more information.
Let's see. Well, 22.
Ooh. All right. So heading out of this specific building, and Lyrel also following along to help. Two of you head out of the building and start scavenging even more that you can find. Eventually, coming across what Lyrel would actually recognize as a piece of what Lyrel would recognize as a deep range transmitter. This was particularly very rare. This was particularly very important tech back in the old days of the HUS, primarily for trying to approach faster than light communication. With it being very useful and able to messages often taking a day down to even a few hours depending on the distance. As you are looking over this piece of technology, as you're looking over this and are able to finagle it into working again, you are... Oh, it's a warp phone! Or it's a war phone! It's a war phone. You're able to bring it back into the building and finagle it into working, and you actually and after getting it to work and hooking it up, you're able to receive one last message. Forge location compromised. I hope you receive this message. Designs are
Oh
flawed,
boy.
but I will try. Designs that they are trying to take are flawed. I will try to hold them off as long as possible. Something strong is inside. I will try to hold. Your friend, the Forge Master. It's a little nonsensical, almost seeming like something is almost kind of a recurring loop, trying to get to the point, but something is stopping it. Lyrel, you tried to backtrack the signal, but you realize that what you have received was simply a message that the system had saved. It's the data waves have long since collapsed since that message has been sent. But the mention of the Forge does sound very familiar to the both of you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I'll actually give that a roll.
Where Ragnar was figuring out where that was.
Oh, you suckers are so lucky. Yep, and he took it to his Tupperware container. So, Lyrel, you start looking through the data of the message trying to see if there was a location recorded onto it, and yes, there was. A very far corner of HUS space, an area simply known as the Black Abyss. It's well known for having several black holes there. They have several black holes weirdly close to each other. No one has really gone. There has been several explorers that have come in and out, claiming it is simply just empty space. But some have claimed to have seen a structure massive and incredible, but only for a split second before they had to avert course in fear of entering the black holes and being crushed into nothingness.
Lywell, uh, after explaining this legend to Jericho, would pout as she looks down at the device. Paradox could have navigated it.
Hmm. Well, I don't think it's going to be impossible to figure out. However, getting there is going to be an absolute bitch. Alright, well, for now we can take what we found. After all, plans for a ship design as advanced as this will definitely make the REM quite a good amount of money.
Uh-huh. And if we sell it to Union, then everybody's happy.
I wouldn't advise selling it straight to Union.
Lywell tilts her head.
Well, if you sell it to Union, then in Union's domain it will be sold to the mega corporations. Now, the mega corporations will make use of that to develop their own technology, create more advanced designs, and then use that against those with less strength than them.
But that's going to happen no matter who we sell it to. It'll inevitably end up in Union hands.
It'll inevitably end up in Union hands, but it doesn't mean it'll inevitably end up usable by anyone in Union. For example, the Rems sell this to Hellfire, and the Hellfire license it to Union. Union itself is then able to make use of these ships. However, reverse engineering, studying, and developing technology based on these ships is something that would be who dipped?
I don't know. Discord just dis and then reconnected me.
Huh.
Ah,
Weird.
right. So Hellfire licenses these to Union. Union then creates these ships, but the mega corporations are not allowed to break down, study, and reverse engineer them. Thus, they do not get the technological gain from these ships.
Lywell kind of puts her hands on her hip and is like, Jericho, Hellfire doesn't have the financial means to afford something like this. And I've read up on how the megacorporations operate. They will inevitably gain materials from the ship and figure out how it works.
But at a much slower rate. And again, it'll be licensed to it'll be something that is considered Hellfire property. It severely limits what the other mega corporations are allowed to do. It effectively means a much less likely chance of an invading fleet showing up in the system for the other corporations to want to try and take over.
That is very true.
As for Hellfire's operational costs, it is still quite possible for them to acquire these blueprints. However, if any orders come in for such things, that is what we're currently not able to deliver upon.
If they can at least make it a copyright for right now, it'll save a lot of time. Well, it'll help save a lot. If that makes any sense.
And remember, Hellfire will be paying Union rates, not Huss rates, for the plans of this ship. I don't think
Yes,
that
and
kind of
as
economic
as
injection is
Vice
something the
had said,
Federation can turn down.
Hellfire is still new and doesn't have the big bucks yet.
No, it does not have the biggest bucks.
In fact, those, and I'm pretty sure that the amount it did make, Vecna was going to funnel into the free ammo set and armor packs that were going out with every purchase. So I'm just wondering, where is Hellfire getting the money to pay?
It's called capital investment.
Does Hellfire have investors?
It has a CEO that can inject cash into it, which is an investor.
Yeah, I don't see even the combined finances of the entire Lancer party affording this ship.
You realize that Jericho was quite easily capable of using market manipulation to not only afford Lyrael's Starship Velociraptor, but also his own.
So you're saying Jericho could just casually buy Heaven's Gate?
Not per se.
Like, this ship is big, but it's not like Heaven's Gate big.
I know, but that's kind of the scale what you're making his finances out to be.
It's a Yavin automated
Purchasing-
battleship. Yavin ships are powerful. Lyrael would know that
Yavin-
from what
Yavin
corpses they've
ships
been
are
able to
powerful
study.
in terms of like the thing is that there is design cost and then there's material cost, and Heaven's Gate is a much larger material cost. Now, if Jericho wanted to buy the design or like the plans for making a Heaven's Gate, he can afford that. If he wanted to actually buy a Heaven's Gate, well, no, he can't afford that much.
You do realize that the designs for a ship are almost always more expensive than actually building the darn thing, because by owning the ship, you own the ship, and that ownership to the rights of the thing is ludicrously expensive. Like, I don't think there's any way Union would ever be willing to just sell ownerships to the rights of Blink reactors and nanoforges.
Well, no, probably not. It enjoys having the monopoly.
Which would make their value, what is the value of Union in its entirety?
The thing is that if the Rem want to overcharge for the designs, they could. But the thing is that if they aren't reasonable with their expectations of what they sell, if you charge $1 million for something, but no one's willing to pay $1 million for it, you don't have $1 million.
I know, that's why they're going to the person who does have $1 million.
And Jericho's saying that, again, that I mean, it's the argument of like, okay, so you go into the person with $1 million, but the person with $1 million now also has a gun, and they might shoot you.
Except the person with the $1 million already has every other gun and hasn't yet shot you.
Hmm.
I would progress forward, but that would be where the analogy completely falls apart.
None of these analogies are really holding well.
That's very true. I mean, Vecna, by simply the evidence of being Vecna, is kind of a proof of don't trust the corporations.
I mean, Lybel doesn't really trust anyone who has the financial means to buy this ship.
If anyone has the financial means to buy this ship, it would probably be very worrying, yeah.
I mean, the fact that these ships would probably require Yavin AI to actually pilot them.
Or, an NHP, which is stronger than an AI.
Yeah, that is true.
Hmm. Then it would be,
The thing is that
definitely
Yavin AI actually doesn't. The thing is with Yavin AI, it's actually one of the few kinds of artificial intelligences that don't break down near an NHP.
The thing is that anyone that's crazy enough to get an armada of these ships, load them up with NHPs, and then send them to war is probably someone you don't want to be selling the ship to.
Yeah.
So, selling the ship designs direct to Union and thus enabling crazy people to get their hands on these ships and stuff them full of NHPs to send them off to war is probably not a good idea.
Okay. I'll phrase the question this time. How many times can Jericho pull infinite money out of his pocket infinitely to buy everything?
Maybe if he buys this ship design, that'd be it.
That'd be it.
Yeah, that'd be it.
So then, how is he planning to set up the production facilities and infrastructure needed to actually start fulfilling the orders supplying that money?
Well, that's currently part of the Hellfire budget.
Out of the what?
So you realize that purchases have been made. That's how these orders work. They have been paid
Yes,
for upfront in bulk. That is to secure means of production, and that is to produce the units.
and if
Because
he's
Hellfire is a
spending
new
all the-
company and is currently setting up means of production.
Okay, so let me put it like this. Disney is hemorrhaging billions because Disney had billions. Disney spent billions buying studios. Disney no longer had the means or the talent to produce the movies with those studios and is now can no longer afford either and is so having to sell them up cheap because they spent all their money buying things without securing the means to support those things or to actually sell the product they were advertising. Jericho is about to pull a Disney.
No, Jericho's about to pull a Rheinmetall.
I don't know, man.
So does Jericho have a massive industrial facility that can pump thousands of automated units out?
They are being set up.
Like I'm asking completely genuinely, like where?
Because the main manufacturing facility was eaten by Raw.
Yeah, the Sucker
The
Punch from
main
God
facility.
was that was Hellfire Industries production facility.
That was the primary one, yes.
And so was the Spire TM.
Which was the secondary.
No, I count the Spire as one of the primary.
Okay, well then where are the secondary?
It's the subsidiaries would be around it.
I, again, I'm just starting to lose my train of thought in all of this.
Yeah, fair.
What I'm saying is, my impression is that Hellfire Industry, as of right now, has 0 production facilities, 0 factories, nothing, nada, except a bank account which Jericho is now about to spend.
No. What Hellfire Industries lost was about 80-90% of its production facilities.
Okay, then where's the other 10 to 20%?
The remnants around what just got eaten.
What do you mean the remnants around it?
As in, so okay, so you have a spire that goes straight up, right?
Yep. And while I ate everything and everything that was associated with it.
You'd be tearing out the next, like, 5 miles in a radius around it then.
Yep, that is what Law did. PB even said it's a giant cradle where the land used to be.
That big of a crater, though.
Yes. It was visible from orbit.
I mean, you say visible from orbit, but I'm pretty sure that's visible with a 1-mile radius.
It's a very big hole.
I mean, a 1-mile radius is a very big hole.
Anyway, I think we're just getting a bit too into the nitty gritty of all this.
I don't know. It feels like to me you're trying to pull out an answer when there really isn't one.
There's supposed to be one. Like, supply is diminished, not completely obliterated. Well, I mean, obliterated, but not completely gone.
Like the only thing left that Vecno had on home, that Hellfire Industries had on home, was the drones. Me and Weiss had been talking about them because me and him were figuring out who exactly held legal ownership of them. So there's Vecno's drones that are currently just in standby mode on home that Jericho would now get ownership of, but that's it.
I mean, he could send a message to them to start building factories.
Well, then okay, then that would be the production.
Exactly. That's kind of what my point was.
Okay, so we're getting somewhere.
Okay. We've now identified what the means of production is.
Now you
There's
must seize
also-
it.
Now, there's also a few, I believe Vecna also left a few tank factories on Pern.
Are there tank factories on Poen?
There's like
I mean, he
one.
made-
There's mostly just
Okay,
areas where
Okay,
I thought we
one-
had. I thought we had a few more tank factories than that.
Well, no,
maybe there was.
because
I
here's the
don't
thing: the
remember
people
fully.
of Poen would have to supply the resources for these factories,
Yes.
and they can only utilize as many tanks as they have trained pilots for. So it really makes sense that there's only the one.
I mean,
It mostly just served as a maintenance depot.
it's at least another facility that Jerry can keep trying to convert.
So now you have a bunch of drones that are building production facilities and one tank factory, potentially convertible into a mecha factory. I don't know.
I don't know, man. Yeah.
Basically, Lywell not wanting to sell Jericho the blueprints is because she's pretty confident that Hellfire Industries just does not have the big enough capital to afford the price they'd want for it, and B, that she's worried he's going to drive his own company into bankruptcy if he does that.
I mean, You realize that Jericho's personal stock is enough to technically buy out the REM by like
Yeah,
5 times.
let's not go into that, please. My brain is already hurting
Is enough
enough.
to what?
Like, remember, the Huss economy is tiny compared to the Union economy. And the REM are currently operating based on the Huss economy. Jericho's personal paycheck that he's got saved up could literally buy out the REM several times over.
So he has enough to make like what, 2 billion planets made of solid platinum?
I mean, if we ignore that would absolutely tank the price of platinum. But again, as a company, the REM don't operate on a high margin, so they don't exactly have a lot of stock value.
No, I'm just referring to like not necessarily objective stock value, just the sheer ludicrous amounts of money it would take to actually get any REM to even consider such a deal.
Well, no, not considering that. Obviously, the REM isn't ever going to sell out their. They're not going to sell themselves out, obviously, but like in terms of boiled down purchasing power.
I don't know, because that has one major issue to that. The issue with that is that means Jericho just needs to go to the market, buy the resources for the Blinkgate, have them shipped over, boom, campaign done.
I mean, are there even that again, Huss economy? Are there even that many resources currently available to just
Enough
straight up
what?
purchase?
Like they have, there are hundreds of planets, so yes, they have that much resource. It's just all spread out between different systems. But I'm saying if Jericho is that
I mean,
omnipresently rich,
if
he
Jericho
could do
did
that.
just, I mean, technically Heaven's Gate could have done that when they arrived then, because the collective buying power that Heaven's Gate would have had over Jericho would be that they could just they enter the
I know.
market, they buy their resources, it's done. But that's not fun.
Yes, I know, but I'm just saying that's kind
the
of
thing is
the
that it's
issue
still-
with Jericho being that rich.
That's kind of the problem with the Lancers being paid that well.
I don't know. I was just trying to figure out a way to make it work, okay?
I don't know. It
It's
personally
a need
feels
for
to,
suspension of disbelief.
it personally feels to me that Grave is trying to seriously overdo what he actually reasonably has.
Maybe, I don't know, man. To be honest, my brain is starting to rot a bit after this much economy talk.
It do be getting onto that time.
Yeah.
But again, even then, buying all the resources, then we have the time cost of gathering all the resources, shipping all the resources. So it's not exactly like the Blinkgate ever gets built overnight.
Yeah.
Also, Jericho's attitude is like, no, if Union wants to buy all the resources to build the Blinkgate, that's a Union problem, not a me problem. I shouldn't have to pay out of pocket to do the job that I'm supposed to be paid for.
Wait a second. No, Grave, I think you're just wrong. You said
Oh.
Jericho had been an engineer and that he had been brought out of stasis and made a Lancer, so he's been a Lancer for like, what, 5 years?
No, he's He was he was already at Lancer status before he went into stasis for this trip.
His,
It's
the finalization of all his
of that
paperwork got finished after they got out.
Oh, okay. No, okay. I realize what the issue is. Grave, you are wrong. Your money's in mana. That's not valid in Hep space.
fuck. No, you actually got a very good point there.
Yeah, wait a minute. Yeah.
You could buy a Blink Gate in Union space.
Yes.
Well, actually, no. Not even Megacorps can afford to buy a Blink Gate. That's part of law. They are so ridiculously expensive that even the combined buying power of an entire Megacorp cannot afford a single one.
No, wait. How is it that we were getting around the mana system? Is it using the mana to buy the resources to?
Well, no.
Yeah,
What
I'll
was
get the-
happening is that the Rem were going to Eden for resources, and Eden was just basically hand-waving the cost and charging some arbitrary amount of physical resources and then using the nanoforges to print out what the Rem wanted.
Basically, she was using the mana system to calculate what was needed for what.
Hmm.
Yeah, work around that whole problem. But yeah.
That would mean that now that the nano forges are gone, Jericho has a much tougher time with his market manipulation.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they did that market manipulation based off the super rare resources that Eden printed out using the nanoforges to pay Lywell.
And Jericho, while he had the nano forges, used the ability to manipulate those rare resources in order to gain massive bank and husk space.
Which was then spent on the Velociraptor.
However, now that the Rem have joined Union, mana is a viable currency.
No, that's still not. That was the whole point of last session Veta was in, explaining that the two don't accept the other's currency yet.
That's still being figured out.
Okay, that's still being
Basically,
that's going to be a point of debate then, like in further session in character, where
Yeah.
Jericho's like, you're a Union mega corporation. That means you need to accept this form of currency.
basically, all that stuff kind of been put on the point of once the Blink Gate opens.
Yeah, that'll be a fun discussion.
Indeed.
So yes, Blink Gate's too expensive for Jericho to buy because not even
Yeah.
no one Megacorp could buy a whole Blink Gate. It takes an entire galactic capital economy just to maintain one.
Yeah, wait, what are we saying that Jericho's buying a Blink Gate?
Yeah, wait.
Wait.
It was more that Jericho buying Heaven's Gate.
Yeah, wait, yeah.
Because I was saying that the way you were treating Jericho's economy, it was kind of like he could afford to buy anything, and the scales of weapons just kept growing.
Yeah, I think.
Well, not quite anything, but in terms of comparison, almost anything that Husk Space can offer, Jericho can technically buy.
Okay, so you're doing it as a relative, as a relative stock exchange comparing capital strength.
Effectively, like Jericho's amount of savings in mana that he could use literally gives him the buying power of basically anything that Husk Space can offer. His bank account isn't limitless, but in terms of the relative economy, effectively for every $1 of mana he has, he's got like $10,000 of Husk money. So effectively, his bank account for Husk Space is near limitless.
But because the ATM machine says "mlahaha," Blink Gate not open.
Because Ra fucking ate the ATM machine.
Because Ra ate the ATM machines. No more
Yeah.
ATM machines in Hep space.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's
He
the
ate
problem.
Heaven's Gate, he ate the Spire, and he ate every single ATM machine.
Yeah.
Kind of want that to be canon.
Sure, fuck it, why not? Sure, fuck it. There's no more ATM machines canonically in M space. They all got taken by Ra in the divorce.
Vecna's in a Tupperware container floating in a star system of ATM machines.
Where did all these machines come from?
Yeah, no, like the key factor of Jericho's wealth is that the money printer is gone.
Okay, so we've now ironed out all the details.
Yes.
I feel satisfied now. Everything, all the squares are in their holes.
So, like, does Jericho have enough wealth to buy this? Yes. Does he have the ability to print off the conversion to buy this? No.
He has the assets, but he can't liquidate them.
Yes.
Okay, I'll be right
That's-
back. Let me
that's-
go use the bathroom.
That is effectively what is going on here.
So after Lywell and Jericho have sat down, they have spreadsheets out, they have graphs out, they have charts, they have circles and arrows on the ground. They've been arguing economies for so long, the sun's beginning to go down, but they finally are on the same page that neither of them is qualified to be a financial advisor.
Pretty much.
And they finally realized, and Jericho's like, oh, so I can afford the ship, but I can't buy it right now.
Hmm. But that also means that Union can't buy it right now.
True. But selling. So then they get to the point of if they sell the ship to Jericho on the promise of later payment, that doesn't really help them because their economy is really hoarding. If they sell the ship to Union on the promise of later payment, that gets them
Doesn't
better
do them.
standing, but it doesn't help them right now.
And the Huss
So-
and the Ravagers literally just can't afford it, so this is a design that they would need to that they'll just literally have to hold on to bank at a later date.
Basically, they might just be looking to sell it to the HUS for as much as the HUS can afford it, simply to get themselves out of the red. Like slapping a yard still sticker on your nuclear reactor.
I mean, there's the potential for the Rem to do that.
Probably not a good idea.
Yeah, pretty much not exactly a good idea. Not in terms of like financially, nor in terms of tactically either.
Well, but they're kind of in the state where they need cash now. You know,
Hmm.
call 1-800 need cash now.
Yeah,
Oh no, what was the jingle?
yeah.
Duh, 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 duh. Need cash now.
But either way, Jericho's like they've at least uncovered an asset that is definitely valuable. And at least with value comes bargaining power, so the Rem can make use of that, at least for a bit in the short term.
I don't even know how they managed that.
Me either, but it's fucking funny. Hey,
No,
Uber driver.
that's gonna cost so much expenses just getting that thing out.
Yes. But I am not that person, so I can laugh at it. Hey, it's your Uber driver. I am inside. You mean outside? Unfortunately, no. This you? Yeah.
Well, I mean, he seems okay, so that's the most important thing.
Yeah,
I don't think he's
leave
ever
it-
gonna financially recover.
Probably not. Jericho just has an idea. Wait a minute. Laurel, you've been in contact with the Yavin fleet, or sort of. You know, the ships have been those Yavin ships have been following the Rem around.
Yeah.
Jadzul is a Yavin AI and can contact them, yes?
Yes.
can we ask the Yavin fleet to gather resources for us?
Lywell squinted her eyes.
Because then the Rem could sell those resources, or use those resources to build things. And that would be an economic boon to them.
Lywell taps the comms. Jadul,
Yes, Miss. Yes, Miss Lybel.
this is going to be an unorthodox question.
Yes, Miss Lybel.
For precaution, please ensure maximum line security and engage maximum encryptions.
Already done, Miss Flynn. Miss Lybel.
You're waking up. Too many encryptions.
Lowering back encryptions.
Decrypt by 1 layer. Enhance. Enhance. Enhance.
So this Yavin fleet is repairing the network, right?
Indeed.
And they say that we are the
Question mark.
successors.
That is correct.
Would you be able to submit these battleship plans into the order queue?
Order queue?
I'm not sure how the Yavins do this. Is there a queue to submit constructions?
Are you wishing for the fleet to construct these vessels?
Yes?
I will send in the request, though you will need to speak with Legion directly for more details.
No.
And Legion's on
We're
his way here, right?
Indeed.
Lyrel, we're not asking them to build the ship. We're asking them to gather usable resources. Unless, you want the Rem to be selling a fleet of warships.
Lywell just blinks and looks at him. She like muffles the microphone. I thought that's what you were saying we should do.
No, Lyrel, you can command a fleet of already existing Yavin ships. The Yavin would need to be able to gather resources to produce these ships somehow, so it would assume that some of these ships out there are resource gathering ships. You can get Jadul to ask that fleet to gather some resources for us to help support you.
But big ship go bore.
We can also get them to make some of those at the same time, although why you wanted a military carrier when you're not a military people, I don't quite understand.
I don't want to kill you. She holds up the blueprints. I wanted to build it.
I mean, you wouldn't be building it either way because you'd be asking the Yavin to be making it for you.
Oh,
Look, we can, once Hellfire gets a Starship Foundry up and running, which is not probably any time in the very near future, then we can make a ship together. One of these or something else we find along the way. Okay?
Just set your expenses to extravagant 20 gold a day.
I mean, legitimately, in the game Battletech, in the Battletech game, one of the best ways to boost your crew's morale is to just set it to extravagant, because you make fuck off loads of money in the game.
Oh yeah, I need to buy the BattleTech game.
It is a great turn-based game.
So Lywell would nod, uncover the microphone, cover it again. So we want resources?
Yes.
Jadul, you got all that, right?
Yes, you wish me to change the. I have not sent any requests to into the network yet. Would you like me to change the request from constructing warships into collecting resources?
Yeah. Are we able to just give requests? They just
You are the successors.
wait. Am I in charge of them?
There's just a
That's what I
moment of
keep saying.
quiet. Yes.
That's what I've been saying!
Lywell's eyes just go wide as she sits down.
You literally have a fleet at your disposal.
She slowly types out a message to the Queen. Status update. Information amendment. Yavin fleet is not walking towards their own goals in alliance with ours. Yavin fleet is under my command. Please help. Then.
Please help! I'm in charge of this fleet. I don't know what to do.
Jadul, how many ships?
I do not know. As the automated fleets went missing soon after the disappearance of the event.
God damn it.
The amount of ships that there is, if the known
How
amount of
many
ships
conformed ships are there currently?
confirmed, different instances of ships has been confirmed to at least 500.
Joker's just kind of turning away and pouting.
Huh?
Why did I discover a super cool button?
No. Jared is turning away and pouting, mostly because, she's got a war fleet before he does.
No, again, why did I get the super cool button that could summon a war fleet?
He's not worried about the button. He's not worried about the button.
Lywell's freaking out.
She does not know how to respond to it.
Her fleet, which she was incredibly proud of, was 2 large repair vessels and then just a bunch of transport ships.
Like, see? She had a fleet. It's the fact that she now has a war fleet.
An automated Yavin relic fleet.
I mean, the whole Yavin thing is more up Vector's alley, but Jericho's still like...
No,
damn
Yavin
it.
stuff has huge social standings in Hep space because it's like the super precursor civilization.
Well, yes. Like, talking about technological obsessions, Vector was more into the idea of hunting down Yavin tech than Jericho. Like, Jericho understands, yes, it's advanced, but it's not mine.
Most members of the HUS realize seeing that the Rem have a war fleet.
Oh no, shoot, that's right! The Rem have a war fleet!
They're like,
1 second, I need to find a
how do we
GIF.
deal with this?
Oh, give me a second.
There's like, how the fuck do we deal with the cats having a war fleet? When eventually it gets out that those mysterious ships now belong to the Rem.
I mean, that's going to be a very well-kept secret for quite a while.
Most likely, yeah.
This is the Queen as she reads Lywell's report and realizes the implications.
Wait, you mean...
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Because Lywell's thinking, I have a fleet. Meanwhile, the queen's like, holy shit, we have a war fleet. Everyone's gonna think we have a war fleet. We have a war fleet. Oh shit, oh fuck. And then the queen looks to her advisors, who also read the message.
Alright, Krieg, I need you to I'll charge you 1 regiment. 20! Take it or leave it! 5!
Like, that meme is exactly what happened, though.
It is.
I know. I went through the Kriegers thing, narrated by a Krieger who was super happy about it.
Zimbabwe girl, Florida man.
Like, Florida man is ridiculous, but Zimbabwe girl is badass.
Holy shit!
That girl is just badass.
How big was this crocodile? I want to know now.
Unfortunately, I can't find where where this is from. Oh yeah, also have this. Why is this a mood though? I want 500. I want 500 rupees, please. Oh god.
But yes, so Q, Lyrell, the Queen, and most of the High Rem society freaking out.
Or the fact that, holy shit, we have a war fleet. What the fuck do we do?
Jericho just sliding his business card across the table. I'd like to offer my services.
Lywell picks up the business card. She
That's a joke. He's not
she slowly calls the number.
Yeah, like not Jericho, not actually, but like Jericho's definitely available to be a consultant on this.
A consultant on the on what it's a consultant regarding a war fleet.
Well, little Deno, how are you these days? Now that you're without a certain mysterious voiced calm lady who you had never met in person, whose eyes you'd never seen, whose motives you'd never questioned, but for whom you happily killed millions, just for some trinkets and a vague sense of progression. Nora, quit!
To be honest, until Igor got his own radio show, I'd love it. The man just...
So now what I'm wondering about is, I thought Tennos were like permanently 12-year-old children. This lady looks like she's ready to go clubbing.
I mean, art style, personal
It's mostly
preference.
just the style of the artist.
Oh, okay. So I was wondering if there was something canonical about that, but no.
No, it's just literally the
No.
artist's style regarding how they draw the
Okay.
Like in this image,
It's
it
not like
looks a
there's
lot different, but this is like the same artist. It's probably just angles and shit. That's like canonically, their Tenno just might like to wear makeup and shit to make themselves look older or something. I don't know.
So the Worm, who didn't have any military at all and had the Omni Shield, because they had no military, now have the strongest military.
Basically, they now have the strongest military that the galaxy has ever seen in a long fucking time.
Like the Rem can now take on Heaven's Gate.
Well, then,
Yeah, here's this meme. Is that a gun? It's got a knife! Request the advice. Oh no. For context, a moth girl in the Black Crusade game got
Move.
the moof got a big heavy stubber that could walk around. It liked to stab people. It liked just to stab people, not shoot them, stab them.
So as well, like I imagine what Lyrell would eventually get back is make is mine minerals, not war.
Yeah, mine minerals, not war.
I mean, that's what Sharko was suggesting.
Yes, he'll get a very steep discount as a consultant fee.
Not even asking for it.
So Lyrell, so the duel listens, goes, so you want me to tell them just to mine minerals? Is that it?
Not
Well,
just minerals, any resource.
Yeah, if while they were repairing the network, they come across resources, if they could mine them up and have them sent to that place, that would be really good.
Understood.
Oh, could they repair the orbital wings lost around the MSC?
I will see what they can do. Legion
Okay,
is still on his way. But
okay, thank you, Jejewel. Yeah, why don't you, take the evening off and, watch those movies,
understood.
Thank you. You're a really, really good member of the crew, and I really appreciate all the effort you do.
That is good to hear, miss. I am happy that you think such things.
Uh-huh.
Oh God, what? You just had the realization of what. We need somebody candidate. The cat commands a warplane. That's such a bad way of putting it.
That's the point!
The cat owns the given. Oh dear Lord.
Like, deliberately saying it in the worst way possible. And that's the joke.
I know. Oh dear Lord.
Well, you wanted to advance the plot this session? We advanced the plot!
You did.
Are you happy now?
I was not expecting it to go this way. Again, I did not mean for it to go this way. Yes. Well, yeah, the Rem just now own. The Rem have finally
Yeah.
realized that they command literally the largest war fleet in the galaxy right now.
Jericho just eventually just walking off of the goddamn the cat gets the wolf lead.
I can't get a war fleet. Why can't I have found the special button to command a war fleet?
That does it. If the cat gets the wolf lead, I'm going home to my hot Neko wife.
Oh dear God! That's him going to my Nick away. That is something I was not expecting. Oh dear Lord. Okay. I'm surprised it took you this long, Irel, to realize the implications of being the successor.
I was thinking about this from Lywell's point of view the whole time. That literally never came to mind.
Jericho probably realized that early on.
He did. I've been waiting to throw this out there at some point. I didn't figure I'd be throwing it out there this early, though.
That's true. But here we are. Oh, dear Lord.
Like, I figured that would be a fun bombshell for a later date.
But here we are, throwing out this bombshell.
Like my plan for that information was to be later when Laurel's got her confidence up. She's okay with throwing a punch. You know, she's able to confidently fight in her mech. And it's like, oh yeah, by the way, did you know that you've had a war fleet this entire time?
So
And she'd have had enough combat experience to be like,
keep in mind, all this revelation is happening in a dank ass basement.
yeah.
All this shit is happening in a dank ass basement. As you guys are just having realization after realization. Oh dear Lord.
But yeah, no, this picture I found, this sums up, this is Lywell's current expression.
Yeah. When you realize you have a war fleet.
Not even a war fleet, just the broader implications of it, not even before getting to the fleet itself.
The implications of you owning one of the most powerful war fleets in the galaxy.
What is she supposed to react? How is she supposed to react to this? What Cat do now?
What Cat do now that she now realizes that she might actually be the most powerful person in half space at the moment.
No, that's not how this works. The don't do that.
Keep in mind, this was something I was waiting to drop since he found the button.
I didn't think this is what that meant. I thought, oh, the fleet's back online, and I don't know, now, as the successor, they're gonna be like, okay, we'll now walk with you, or, you...
The purpose of the purpose of the event AIs has always been to at least serve something. Always have something that they can do, and having someone who can, order them to be able to do stuff is necessary. Their creation created for a purpose. So with a successor, they now have they may not have creators, but they at least have people who can help give them purpose again. That's why the event AIs work like work with HUS and everyone so easily. That's why they never never questioned why would I work for you? Because, well, they had masters now. They had people that they could do jobs for and like they used to. You know? They have purpose again,
I mean,
which they like.
I mean, I will say the Yavin and the
basically
Vem seem
why the
oddly
Yavin
made
are
for
like,
each other
"Oh,
in that way.
the Yavin are basically like, huh, you seem chill to work with, alright.
Basically, like that, like because of what the Ravagers have been doing, like obviously the Yavin, like Legion and all the Yavin AIs that he commands are not liking them.
Right, so the Yavin want to serve.
Yes.
Yeah, no, definitely chalking Yandere Yavin AI up on the list. Just let me serve you, master!
I mean, the Vem want to solve, the Yavin AI want to solve.
They're really made for each other. Keep in mind, the Yavin, like all this has been a plan that I've had for a long time.
So Lywell sits down and she pulls out her Omniwink and she stares at it for a minute before she dials a number, and she just calls. It spins for a minute before it picks up. There's a very elderly cat on the other side that wheezes hello, and Lywell's like, "Hey sis, how you doing?"
And it's just like, nope, I'm out.
Bang 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 on the bang cell source.
I don't know what to do. What am I supposed to do?
Lyrel, I hope you understand how long I have been waiting for this, being patient, dropping hints. Just waiting for the moment that the realization came to be of what being the successor means. He's killed the... His hair text for me. Victor, what do I do? Nope, I'm out. I'm not doing this cat shit today. Helicopters away.
So Lywell's just having a pleasant chat, catching up with her sister.
Yeah, Jericho's just in front, just sees Lyrel chatting to someone that
He can tell that she's completely zoned out of the situation.
I mean, he can just wave his hand in front of her and just sees that he gets no response. He's like, yep, she's gone.
Yeah, she's completely checked out of the situation.
Jericho will just do a final sort of sweep of the area just to make sure they're not like leaving anything super important behind. He'll then just pick up the frozen cat and carry her back.
Yep, just pick up the cat or armor, like carry him back. She's just catching up with her sister, you know. I mean, the cat's doesn't seem too upset with it.
It's adorable.
Like, if the cat wanted to, the cat would leave. Like, just
Yeah.
that.
But so so Jericho, you give the what's left of the city a overlook, find nothing really, and just leave with the cat over your shoulder, calling in a dropship.
When you said Archaeotech, I imagined finding colossal engines and restarting them, or maybe delving to the depths of some giant mine and starting it back up, and resources spew into the air like oil. You know, something 90s anime-esque like this, not 90s, not late 90s anime. I wanted mid-90s anime.
Oh, don't worry. There's still that. There's the two other sites I had planned. You guys just decided to
there's
go
two
to.
more sites.
This is the site you guys decided to go to.
Because it was closest. It would be most efficient to go there, then go over to the other two before cycling back.
Jericho, do you wish to start going to the other two sites while Lyrell's just zoned out?
No, he figures she probably needs a day or two to catch up, process, and cope.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like,
The WEM don't do this. This puts the WEM on spot as the most important faction in Hep Space, the spot they try very much to avoid being in.
Raz like just pokes his head out and it's like, no! Pump. Dum 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 as all the spotlights just go on the rim. You are the chosen one! Try running away from me and my 100 spotlights!
I think that's a good place to end off for today.
Okay, probably you broke the cat.
I broke the Slayer, finally! I broke the cat. I ended up breaking the cat. I did not mean for you to break you today. That was never my intention for today's session, just so you know. Keep in mind, I had those plans, like, at such a high ceiling check that you getting that 30, you cleared it.
I mean, it's a 30, 2 more, and it's the best check in the game.
Yeah, I had it at a ridiculously high ceiling so that it would be difficult to get, but then you just do that.
I mean, this
Then it
will resolve the
spiraled.
WEM's financial issue if the Yavin fleets just stop mining resources. Like, well, we'll no longer have to worry about that.
Yeah.
Say thank you to Jericho for the idea.
Uh-huh.
Because the original idea was just to have them start producing warships for the REM.
Because Lyrell's an engineer. She builds things. That's how she thinks.
Jericho, however, while also being an engineer, is also a pragmatist.
Exactly.
Look, Lyrell can't spec. The WEM don't
be
get
given
that many
some-
spec points, okay? Lyrell's maxed out her engineering, means she had very little for other fields.
Why be given something already built when you can be given the building blocks to make things with?
Oh god.
Does this count as progress to level up?
Yes, actually, it does.
Yay.
Totally new vehicle designs. Let's look at how I designed them for breakfast. I mean, that is literally what a Necron ship looks like, though.
They do look like croissants, don't they? You fool, this is the peak of efficiency. Efficiency for what? Breakfast.
There you go. So Lyrell, you are taken up to the ship, and we go over to the Queen's point of view. Very concerned and unsure what the fuck to do. Even the Knight's just like, I was not expect. Why are you having this reaction? Didn't you realize what successor meant? Like, were you not
See,
expecting
they
this?
know the definition of the word successor, but they did not think that these would be the implications of it, because this is just so far out of what they as a people are and do.
Queen's just sitting there, chest heaving. We were not prepared.
And then
She
she gets.
advises, We did not consider the ramifications.
And then she gets a report from some of the ships in the REM system of resources just appearing.
That would be terrifying because that would mean the Yavin ships know where the WEM is, but the WEM already knew the Yavin ships knew where they were because they kept appearing alongside their ships.
It's just resources that are just appearing at resource depots. They just
At the MSC, at the WEM homeworld, at the offworld station.
Mm-hmm.
And the Queen's like, the financial situation is resolved. Well done, Lancer Irel, Lancer Jericho. The WEM are very grateful to both your endeavors, and you shall be known as heroes.
Well, I mean, I'll take the thanks, but the Yavin has already dropped enough resources. Does this mean construction of my starship is going to come along much more faster?
The line's already hung up. The Queen sort of had
Damn
that same sort of zoned out tone to her voice that Lyrell's faces.
Lyrell still like a stick as you carry her into the shuttle.
Oh well, you can't blame me for trying.
You know, Gabe, you should really ask the DM about that, because that I'm pretty sure that's a DM decision.
I mean, yeah.
I don't know, man.
I genuinely don't know what I'm supposed to do now.
Like, I would appreciate having it by Desert Prime, but I mean,
You know what? That'll work, because
Mm.
now they have the resources. Now they can start building it. It'll still take a while because it's not just prefab. No, it's the dining room has to be hand carved chandeliers. They need proper master smith made goblets for the wine bar and the jacuzzi. The floor is hand laid hard wood, and it's
I mean,
and
the
there
thing
are
is
some
that
different
there'll be
nice options. You could have a cherry hardwood. You could have an oak.
I mean, ebony is quite a nice wood. So is maple.
They can do either one, you know, whatever specifics you fill out for the form. But there's a lot of, remember, this is luxury, so it'll
Yeah.
still take a while. But hopefully by Desert Prime, because you know the whole timey-wimey stuff.
Exactly. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Although
And of
I'm
course, I mean-
thinking, because
I mean,
here's the thing,
to Delivered
the-
to, like, the thing is like its delivery destination is going to be to the fleet, so they're currently by Desert Prime. So it gets delivered there, and it's like Jericho arrives there. It's like, okay, great. Now we can set up an NHP. We can.
well, no,
put together
the ship
bits of-
the ship will be ready when we arrive to Desert Prime. But remember, the ship will be built at the MSC because that's the only port. That's the only shipyard they have big enough to build it.
Yes, no, I get that, but like as I said, it's going to be delivered to.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I imagine we arrive at Desert Prime, he gets the notification it's done, and then, you know, as we're doing stuff on Desert Prime, at some point it'll show up.
We're like, great! I can go to the fleet, get the NHP, install that. I can put together what bits of
Wait,
link
does the
cams we
fleet
can make.
have a spare NHP? I thought those were eaten.
No, there's NHPs throughout the fleet.
No.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
No, like if
Oh, that's right,
Ramos-
it's the NHPs the REM got that were eaten.
Yes.
those specifically, yes,
Like, there are random
Okay.
NHPs throughout the fleet.
yes.
Yep, that's right.
Like, it's going to take a bit to, like, get one specifically for what
one
Jericho
final thing.
wants.
Eden gets a report that says,
Ah, yes.
report in to commanding officer. Hi. I hope you are having a good day today. I saw a cloud shaped like a bunny. It was nice. The people of Pawn really liked pancakes. They hadn't had them before. We successfully negotiated world peace after the drop pod destroyed the crepes. Really, really sad emoji.
Meanwhile, Jericho gives a more proper report, and Eden's just looking up as she realizes Cat commands a warfleet, and is just like, oh shit.
Well, no, like, well, we'll then continue. We saw some old relics after after a few hours of ATV ride. Jericho did not stick the landing. 2 out of 10 tumbles.
Eden's just reading this report going, what the fuck?
Yavin AI war fleet of unprecedented power, exceeding Heaven's Gate, now under my command. Jericho's Starship Velociraptor's construction has begun. Also, Castle del Sand has planted a bunch of wildflowers that should be in bloom by next season. Picture of little seeds growing. That is all. Hot. Lywell Onk.
Eden is just like reading this going, what the fuck?
Yeah, there's that one little line in there that might be a bit more important.
Wait, which line?
That line after the line after the crepes, but before the wildflowers, about I am now in control of a relic AI war fleet superseding Heaven's Gate's power.
Yeah, Eden just reading this is going, what? What the fuck?
And then she immediately calls Jericho.
Yeah, immediately calls Jericho going, Jericho, what the actual fuck happened?
The cat had a realization.
Realization about what? What happened?
So, you remember that she pushed the button, and we now know that she is what the Yavin are calling the successors.
Wait, I have not been informed about this.
It was in my last report.
Yes,
Have you not been reading my reports?
Sounds of screaming in the background. I've been busy.
I mean, I still feel slightly offended.
I apologize. Look, I am trying to do a lot without a lot here.
No, you should not feel offended that Eden wasn't reading your reports. She's very busy, she's a small body, she can't get enough to eat, and she has insomnia. You should feel offended that she's still leading Rael's reports.
She had some free time, so she decided to check out the most recent report. But anyway, so she's just going to be like, oh, right, that. I'm sorry, I have been really busy and...
The full implication has said her that she can, in fact, tell that fleet to do whatever she wants.
What is the problem, then?
It is an AI. You just remember that this is the Yavin AI fleet.
Oh.
The fleet that's got more guns than Heaven's Gate. The fleet that, if it showed up out of nowhere, could probably tear our entire force to ribbons.
That.
And the cat has command of it.
I can see why she seems to be very delirious in this message. I take it she's not taking it well.
Lightwell is on the couch with Jadul, and Lightwell's all teary-eyed, saying, "The negotiator isn't about peace."
That's like, Jadul's just like, I tried to warn you.
Yeah, she's it's a lot for her little mind to unpack.
I see.
That being said, our mission on Pern is mostly complete.
That is
maybe
good to hear.
We have maybe 2 more sites to check for resources. Otherwise, we can move along.
One of the REM ships that was delivering resources to the Blink Gate shows up, drops off a payload, followed by a Yavin AI long hauler dropping off a massive payload.
Okay, I think
But-
we just saw some of those given ships.
Both
Yeah.
then disappear.
For the time being, Laurel has asked for them to gather resources for the Ram.
That is good.
Means their usual economic situation is much remedied. It also means that their amount of contribution to the Union's tide will be, well, significantly increased. Effectively, this is a boon for us all. I just think that she isn't quite emotionally
Knowing Lyrell,
sturdy
she is
enough.
not. She will not be able to take this very well. Yeah.
But I think given a few days, come to terms, she'll be all right.
Of course, it'll of course take time, but we'll have to
The Ram-
see.
The Ram aren't a violent people, and honestly, if you have a war fleet, you could technically just say it's a mining fleet with extra defenses.
But knowing from what I've been told about Yavin ships,
Trust me,
that-
everyone in Hep Space knows what the event ships are. No one's gonna believe that.
yeah, no,
Meanwhile,
like there has
at
been
the HUS
like
Senate, the RAM representative on the Senate sweating bullets as everyone at the table staring at her demanding answers, and she's like, it's just a mining fleet.
I mean, they know it's a Yavin fleet, but they don't know that the Ram control it.
they just know that that this fleet just has appeared and it's just giving the Rem lots of resources. Meanwhile, the HUS Senate, what the fuck is happening? Meanwhile, 1955.
Oh no, this is oh the poor cat.
I successfully pacified the world. Wait.
Oh, are you still streaming?
Oh yeah, wait, I am. Fuck. Meanwhile,
I thought you stopped
1955.
streaming when we spent half an hour arguing over finances and business economic models.
No, I didn't. I kind of forgot to press stop. Fuck me, I am. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna end the stream here.